I'd like to call the May 23rd Board of Selectmen's meeting to order at 6 p.m. on the 23rd. Entertain a motion to approve the May 2nd, May 9th, and May 15th Selectmen meeting minutes.
So, second.
All those in favor? Aye, okay. Public forum, it's an opportunity for anyone who wants to address the Board of Selectmen with any issue that is not on the agenda. Anybody? Anybody out in?
I have something.
You have something.
I do.
Okay, you have one. All right.
You ready?
Yeah?
Tonight, it's a privilege to be before you as we celebrate and bid farewell to a remarkable individual who has dedicated his time, energy, and heart to the service of our beloved Kennebunkport, Mr. Michael Weston. Mike, as we all fondly know him as, has been a pillar of our community, serving on the Select Board, Planning Board, Growth Planning Committee, Beach Advisory Committee, Administrative Code Committee, Graves Library Board, Village Parcel Committee, and Town Hall Building Committee. With unparalleled dedication and integrity, his journey with us began many, many years ago. And from day one, he has demonstrated what it means to be a true public servant. His tenure has been marked by tireless effort, visionary leadership, and an unwavering commitment to the well-being of our town and its residents. Throughout his years of service, Mike has been a driving force behind numerous initiatives that have significantly improved the quality of life in Kennebunkport. His dedication to maintaining the charm and character of Kennebunkport while ensuring its progress and growth has been truly commendable. He has worked tirelessly to balance tradition with innovation, always with the best interests of our town at heart. As Mike steps down from his role as selectman, we reflect on his legacy with gratitude and admiration as his contributions have left an indelible mark on Kennebunkport, and his impact will be felt for generations to come. While we miss his presence on the board, we are confident that his influence and guidance will continue to inspire us as we move forward. Thank you, Mike, for everything you've done. Your legacy is one of which you can be immensely proud. May your retirement be filled with joy, relaxation, and all the things that bring you happiness.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll just say it's been a lot of, thank you. It's been a lot of fun. And as I'm getting near 80 years old, it's time to put it up. So it's, and turn it over to the youngsters. To the youngsters. So, but I've enjoyed every bit of it. I've enjoyed working with the people of Kennebunkport. And hopefully that things that we've got going will continue. But thank you, everybody. Thanks.
So we have a couple of parting gifts, thanks to Bob Dennis, your favorite harbor, and your favorite lighthouse.
It is. That was 5 years of my life.
That's right. Oh, isn't that something?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I was told by an artist these can complement each other.
Oh, because we got-
Can I
Beautiful.
just, I'm going
Oh,
to show
thank
the
you.
crowd.
And we thank Bob Dennis for allowing us to use his wonderful photography.
Very
He
nice.
does do a great job.
Thank you.
Wow, gorgeous.
He does. Oh, that's
Gorgeous,
great. Thank
gorgeous.
you. But we have a meeting to run. So, we're going to have a public hearing to consider the application for victuals licenses for the period from June 1, 2024 to May 31, 2025. And I'd like to have a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye, okay. So the public hearing is now open. And because one of them is the rum line, I would like to do the rum line first and have
I recuse myself.
you recuse yourself. And I would accept a motion to approve the victuals license for the rum line.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? 4-0, one recused. Okay, the other one is for the Port Lobster and the Cape Pier Chowder House, Alan Daggett. I've asked Alan Daggett to recuse himself as we approve the victors, if we approve the victors license for them.
I recuse myself.
Okay,
I move that we pass the Chowder House Victor's license.
Second?
all those in favor? Okay, 4-0, and one recusal. So the rest of them, there's about another 25 or 30. Instead of reading those names, I can tell you that they've all been approved by the entire staff, the police station, the fire station, the highway department, and others.
codes.
Planning and codes. So I would entertain a motion to approve the remainder.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, 5-0. Okay, good. Then I want to, I'd entertain a motion to approve the we've got to close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, 5-0. Then approve the following renewal applications for liquor and special amusements. Tailor-Made Hospitality at the Hurricane Restaurant, located at 29 Dock Square. The Boughton Hotel Corp., Colony Hotel, located at 140 Ocean Avenue. We don't need a public hearing for these because they're simply renewals, so I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0? Okay. Next one is to consider appointing Claire Julian as the warden and Michael West, no O-N on the end, as deputy warden for the June 11, 2024 state primary elections. Entertain a motion.
So move.
Second?
All those in favor? 5-0? Okay. Consider a request from the River Club to tie the drainage into the town's infrastructure. Chris?
And so we had a request from Wood Excavating. They are the company that's actually going to do the work for the River Club. So currently, the River Club has a hard time draining their courts out back. They just don't have anything feasible down there to send that water to. We do have a catch basin at the corner of their lot. They requested to be able to tie into that. Eric and myself went down to take a look at it. We didn't really see any other feasible options for them to send that water. So their request is to tie into that catch basin. We don't feel that there's going to be any ill effects on our drainage at all. I don't expect there to be a lot coming off that court. The only issue is that catch basin is tidally influenced, so they were made aware that obviously during these high tide events, king tide events, that drainage is not going to work for them until the tide subsides.
And they're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Entertain a motion.
I make a motion to, for the River Club to tie into the drainage into the town's infrastructure.
Second? No, I'm second? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, 5-0.
And I do want to make clear that none of this work will need to take place in the paved way.
Oh, yeah,
This will all
none
be
of it
in the
is on
shoulder.
the road, yeah.
Yes. So
Right.
It's all up
no
on the
asphalt will
shoulder,
need to be
yeah.
done.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, let me get to my place here so I can,
8.
I know it's 8. Okay. Consider applicants for the Climate Resiliency Committee, and that would be Mary Beth and John.
Thank you. Mary Beth and I met with Lori to review applicants that were put before us for the committee. There were 22 applications, so it was marvelous. It was a large number of people for a single committee. It was a tremendous cross-section of town. There were a lot of folks that were their first time standing up to do a committee. So it was an excellent response. We had a very difficult time getting that down to 7. There were a number of qualified people. Mary Beth and I met together with the intent to be sure, one, that we had qualified people, both in terms of their experience and their background, because this committee is a working committee. It is not so much a policy committee, it's a working committee. The strategies for the climate initiative have already been approved by the board. and as was established by the board in forming this committee. This committee's role is to act as an advisory role to the board. It's the board that will make all decisions in terms of what the priority is, in which of the items are addressed, and how those items will be addressed. It is the role of this committee to do the research and the heavy lifting to understand what options are to be able to most properly, effectively, and economically execute the different strategies. So we were looking for people that would hopefully have that in mind. The committee, just to give you a sense of structure, these will be one-year appointments. They're appointments by the board. There will be a term limit of 3 years on these appointments, 3 consecutive years. So folks, that does 2 things. One, it allows people to gracefully exit if it's not what they wanted to do. It also provides the opportunity for new blood to be constantly coming into the committee. So with that, I would, I'm sorry, anything else you would like?
Oh, you recognize I was here?
Yeah. Were you sitting? I would like to recognize the representative from
From the other side of the tracks. Yeah, so I think everything what John said, it was a pleasure to see 22 applicants from town. I can describe that was an extremely large range of people, and we tried to pull not only from different segments from the town, but different backgrounds, so that we have a very nice group of people that have, different professional skills, different views, and I think it'll be a wonderful committee to work with. You want to read the names, or?
So yeah, do you want to, why don't you go ahead? I've done it.
Oh, thanks, John. Okay, so we have picked Cynthia Dominy, Paul Henderson, Dave Jordan, John Croutier, Ben Midgley, Keith Zacharin, and Fred Stayford. Fred is actually a candidate for the Select Board, so we chose to keep him on this list, and then if he is elected, then we will regroup and pick another name.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to approve that list.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, 5-0, thanks. I know that's a tough job. Been there. So, okay. So as we all know that our police chief is resigned and leaving to go on to a new career, and he will be leaving on Friday. And we'd like to confirm the appointment of Kurt Moses as interim police chief. Do you want to?
Yeah, so Kurt will be, Kurt is currently our deputy chief, and he will be interim police chief while we go through the search process for a new police chief. And we had interviews this week within our crew to have an interim deputy chief as well. And we announced to the crew that Sergeant Mark Vaughn will be interim deputy chief during Kurt's time as chief.
Good. Make a motion,
You need a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
make a motion to appoint Kurt Moses as the interim police chief.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, 5-0.
So can I ask for one more thing?
Yes.
So I didn't think about it until today, but Craig also serves as the EMA director, and Chief Everett has taken on those duties and in fact met with FEMA yesterday, but I didn't think about getting him appointed as well. We should appoint him as EMA director.
I'll entertain a motion to do that.
So moved.
Go ahead.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye, okay. So,
That's for Jay.
Jay, yep, for Jay. So authorize the union contract for a term of July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2027. Do you want to go into the details of that?
Sure. The select board members, Mary Beth and Sheila, were on the negotiating team. I don't know if they have anything that they want to say first, or?
I would just like to thank Janina, yourself, and the rest of the town staff for giving us a lot of data that really helped with really good negotiations.
Yeah, it was, I thought it was very smooth. It went well.
Yeah, so we were happy to meet with the union, and I was told on Monday that the union had ratified this contract. As I said, Mary Beth and Sheila were part of the negotiating team, along with Yanina Nicholas, Chief Sanford, and Chris Simeone. This year, our lead negotiator was Campbell Badger, who's our labor attorney from Drummond Woodsum, and I thought he was very effective. The largest issue before the town was the adjustment of wages to reflect the current labor market. Over the past 3 years, we've had a very stable wage increase. Unfortunately, life after COVID meant that a lot of other contracts had jumped way ahead of us. And so we needed to even out some positions and create more market stability, and also bring our wages up in general to be competitive with our neighbors. So I'd say that's the largest change in this contract. These numbers fit within the budget that we had presented as part of the budget process for FY '25. And other changes I outlined in the memo were under Article 15B. There's the change of use of comp time to half-hour increments instead of 1-hour increments. Comp time accumulation will be allowed up to 8 days on the books a year instead of only 6 days. There was a request for premium pay for those employees that must work on Christmas and Thanksgiving. And the allowed use of sick time after 4 weeks of continuous employment rather than 6 months. And we've just found that the world has changed from when we originally had this in store, and this is more reflective of how new employees are using it. The new Maine's Paid Family Medical Leave Act will become effective January 1st, 2025, and so we added this language that's in concert with state law, but clarifies who will pay what percentages towards that. We also had some issues with the uniform service for the Public Works, and so we're going to a reimbursement program. This will actually save us some money. And increase the boot allowance from $250 a year to $275 a year. And probably the other largest change was the agreement by the union to allow us to hire in lateral employees. And so what that means, if you have a police officer with years of service in another agency or a Public Works employee, you can hire them in and acknowledge their years of service up to 10 years and be more attractive and give them that vacation accrual and wage that is in concert with those years of service.
Yeah, it keeps us
You need a-
marketable.
We want a motion to approve the contract, right?
Yes,
I'll
so
make a motion
With
to
you.
authorize the union contract.
I'll second. Or maybe I shouldn't. 'Cause I
You
was
should,
on
you
it.
you can say.
No, you can.
Okay, I'll
You're on
second.
the committee, is fine.
Okay.
Yeah. All those in favor? Aye? Okay,
Gratefully.
you got it.
Well done.
Thank you. Good job.
A lot of work.
Yep, well done.
So,
I think Yanina did most of it.
we have an Arbor Day proclamation that I will read. Town of Kennebunkport, Maine, the 152nd, said 152nd first, but it's 152nd anniversary of 1872 to 2024. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas 2024 is the 152nd anniversary of the holiday, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation as a holiday. This thing is, okay, hold on. This is technology at its
Technology at its
best.
best,
At its
right.
best, yes. So, anyway, whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate temperatures, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife, and whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products, and whereas trees in our own town increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of the business areas, and beautify our community, and whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal, and whereas Kennebunkport has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for the past 47 years and desires to continue its tree planting ways. Now therefore, we, the Selectmen of the town of Kennebunkport, do hereby proclaim May 23rd, 2024 as the 156th anniversary celebration of Arbor Day. Further, we urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and our woodlands, dated this 23rd day of May, 2024. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Oh, the proclamation has been approved. So there we go, that's good.
47 years.
47 years.
7 years.
Okay, so, is that it for the business for this night? Okay, so we have a public hearing coming up to consider the wharf and weir application from 48 Rear Langsford Road. And I'm going to ask our attorney, Mark Bauer, before we start the public hearing, to give us a few guidelines on how we should be approaching this.
Need a mic.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Bauer at Jensen Baird. As you know, I'm not the normal town attorney. I'm here on a conflict basis because the normal town attorney had a conflict of interest in this matter. I wanted to go over a couple just housekeeping and sort of legal standard issues first. One would be before starting, as I normally advise on what's called a quasi-judicial matter such as this one, where the board is considering an application for a license or a permit, for the board members just to or for the chair to just ask the question of the board as to whether there's any bias or conflict of interest that any of the board members may have that would prevent them from acting in a quasi-judicial capacity in this matter. As you know, different from other roles of the select board in other matters, in a quasi-judicial role, you are obligated to act in a fair and unbiased manner. So if that would just be one sort of housekeeping thing to put on the record at the beginning as to whether there's any bias or conflict of interest on any of the board members to identify, and if so, any recusals that are necessary. The second, I did want to go through just, in broad strokes, what the legal standard is for a wharf and weir application under the statute. And I'm sure you'll hear from several attorneys tonight, probably. But I did want to just sort of at the outset lay the groundwork, both for the benefit of the board, but also for the benefit of the public, because really what you're looking for as a board is comment and evidence and testimony and that sort of thing that's related to those standards that you can actually consider tonight. So, as you know, you're not the only stop on the road to get a wharf constructed. There's DEP review, there's Army Corps of Engineers review, there's planning board review, but your ordinance requires, before going to the planning board, that an applicant come before the Board of Selectmen to obtain a license under the Wharves and Weirs Act. And so it's important to keep in mind sort of what the issues are that you're tasked with, as opposed to all the other agencies that also have jurisdiction over this. So the statute that we're really looking at is 38 MRS Section 1022, and that is a license. It's titled License to Build or Extend an Application. And what I really want to call your attention to is a section, and I'll quote from it. And it says, if following such examination and hearing of all parties interested, the officers decide that such erection or extension of a wharf, but it applies to a wharf, fish weir, or trap, would not be an obstruction to navigation or injury to the rights of others, and determined to allow the same, they shall issue a license under their hands to the applicant, authorizing the applicant to make such an erection or extension and to maintain the same within the limits mentioned in such license. So you probably saw, I'm using my fingers there. Obstruction of navigation is the first one. And I can provide some framework for how obstruction has been defined sort of in legal dictionaries and things like that. It's not defined in the statute itself, but I can provide some guidance on that. And then there's the issue of injury to the rights of others. And so injury to the rights of others, it's important, it's talking about rights of others. And so the way that the Maine Supreme Court, or what's commonly called the law court, has interpreted that phrase is primarily, for the first part, public rights. So, and not to get too bogged down in some of the minutiae of case law, but there's something that's called the colonial ordinance that you probably have heard the phrase of fishing, fouling, and navigating in the intertidal zone. And so that is the first, really, the primary set of rights that the law court has said that the Wharves and Weirs statute, Wharves and Weirs Act is designed to protect those public rights in the intertidal zone. And again, we're sort of off the first prong of the navigation, and we're on to the second of the injury to the rights of others. So there's the public rights of fishing, fouling, and navigating under the colonial ordinance, and keep in mind that the Wharves and Weirs Act sort of predated all, planning board, DEP, all that stuff. It was sort of back when, really the idea behind it was that we wanted to have some parameters over people putting wharves out into the water. So that's the first one, sort of those colonial ordinance rights. The other one that I wanted to mention is the statute does, sort of at the end of it, says, the last piece of it, which was a more recent, relatively speaking, in 1975, section of the statute says, any licenses issued under this chapter shall constitute an approval and determination by the issuer thereof that the licensed wharf or weir constructed and operated within the limits imposed by such license does not adversely affect nor impair the interests of the issuer in such area, including navigation, and the rights of private citizens in the area. And so, as you may have seen from looking at the statute, there's also sort of a notification process for some owners who are in the area of the proposed project. And so that's the court has referred to those, and you may have heard this term of riparian owners. And so I just wanted to mention that in terms of this idea of injury of rights to others. It's primarily those public rights that the law court has talked about, but then there's also these riparian rights, which in one case the law court said that the common law provides owners of the land abutting a body of water certain rights or privileges different from those generally belonging to the public. And those, there's four that the law court listed. One, the right to have the water remain in place and retain as nearly as possible its natural character. Two, the right of access to the water. Three, subject to reasonable restrictions, the right to wharf out to the navigable portion of the body of water. And four, the right of free use of the water immediately adjoining the property for the transaction of business associated with wharves. And so I just wanted to point out that it is a little bit broader than just the public rights because of that sort of newer section of the statute. There are these sort of riparian owner rights that are really just a subset. They're not they're not rights of the general public, unlike the fish, fowl, and navigate is rights of general public to use the intertidal zone area. The riparian rights are unique to those who are abutting a body of water sort of near the wharf area. So I've probably already lost some people. So let me know if there's any questions on either of those issues. And then on the question of when you get there in terms of obstruction of navigation. I'm here tonight advising the board. The board is my client. I'm representing you and advising you on the procedures And also, I will be assisting you with a written decision, which is required under the statute to be provided within 10 days of the hearing, whenever the hearing may conclude. So as we go along, if there are questions that the board has, legal or otherwise, I'm here for you as a resource
Okay.
going forward.
Thanks. Everybody feel that they can be unbiased and open?
I do.
Yes.
Everybody? Okay. Let it be shown that everybody feels that they can, and I can be too, so. So before we open the public hearing, there's a couple things I'd like to say as far as the order of things, so that we sort of don't step on each other and we just listen to each other and so forth. So I'll open the public hearing, and then we'll hear from the applicant. And then after we hear from the applicant, the board will ask their questions along with the staff, especially from the harbor master and the rest of the staff. So we will ask questions, and you'll hear all those questions and so forth. And then after we get our questions answered and so forth, how many in the audience want to speak? Can you just sort of raise your hands, give me an idea? Okay, thank you.
One on Zoom as well.
One on Zoom as well. You know who it is?
Dave James.
Oh, okay. So after we go through the staff, the board and the staff, I would then like to, and have our questions answered. The next order would be for the people who are within the 200-foot abutter, about 200-foot abutters, riparian abutters of the location of 48 Langsford rear. And those people who can speak first if they want to, or the representatives can speak first, would be Gary Ridlin. It would be the town of Kennebunkport. We are abutters as well. And then it would be Christopher and Shannon Ellis, and then Harold and Louise Mooney, and Gary Eaton, and then Victor and Jenny Hutchins. Are any of those people here, just for the heck of it, speaking? Okay, we're over here, okay. So, and you are?
Harold and Louise.
Oh, yeah, gee, sorry, I didn't recognize you. And?
Sean Turley, I'll be speaking with, on behalf of Gary Eden and Terry Ridlin Stevens.
Okay, good. So those are the only people who are here from, and is the town of Kennebunkport going to speak? Nothing. Not planning to. So the town of Kennebunkport. And then after that, we will, after we've talked to the abutters and all the things that I've said, we will open it up to people in the general public who would like to ask questions or speak. So everybody who wants to speak will be heard. So, okay? So I would ask, though, that those people who are not abutters and people who want to speak, you'll probably, during the questioning, you may have heard a lot of the things that you probably want to say. So I would just ask you if you could keep your remarks short and maybe 5 minutes. If you want to do 5 minutes, we can do that, okay? So we'll do that. So I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing. Is everybody here okay with those? Yep. Okay. So we'll open the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, so the public hearing for the commercial, application for commercial wharf consisting of a landing, pier, ramp, and float at 48 Langsford Road rear in Kennebunkport, Maine, is now open, and I would like to, who's going to present for the applicant? Sandy?
Thank you very much. Yep, Sandra Gray, Archipelago, and I'm here tonight representing JJWZ. And Linda and Bob Zook are here, Julian Zook as well as here, could respond to questions if the board has any. Bud Brown, also eco-analyst, is here. Bud Brown is the expert that prepared the materials in the application, and he will be presenting most of this presentation. My part of this is going to be fairly brief, and then I'm going to turn this over to Bud, who will go over the application materials that you've received. Also here tonight in support is Attorney Jane Libby, and he is here with the Zooks as well. So thanks to Attorney Bauer for his presentation. I appreciate that. And I appreciate his instruction that the board's review tonight is limited to the Wharves and Wares Act and review of the evidence and a determination whether that pier would be an obstruction to navigation or injury to the rights of others. And I am also going to speak, as Attorney Bauer suggested, a little bit to that in just a minute. The way the court addresses this is that if the evidence shows that there is no such obstruction or injury, the select board is supposed to issue the license. The applicant has been required to obtain both state and federal permits. Those are in your application package. And upon the issuance of a license by this board, would then be required to submit an application to the planning board for the planning board's review. I'm sorry, does that better? Can you hear that? Okay, sorry. I also need, hold on. I can't put it right in front of what I'm reading because I can't read. So I am, again, going to leave the main part of this presentation to Bud Brown, who has experience and who was involved in all of the permitting for this, including the DEP permitting, Army Corps permitting, and DMR, right from day one. I'm not going to actually address any of the, or not many of the letters that were submitted. I think most of those letters, in substance, were the same information that was submitted to the DEP and the Army Corps when they issued the permits. I do, however, need to comment on some, but not all, of the May 16th letter from Attorney Turley, who's here this evening. And I just want to note that I am commenting on that letter tonight. Although I've been the attorney of record of this for several years, did not receive a copy of that letter and did not know about it until the afternoon of Friday the 17th, when we were kindly provided with all of the communication that had been sent to the town with respect to this application. So I am commenting on that letter tonight. Based on my understanding of the scope of the review and what this board will be reviewing tonight, I am not going to comment on several of the things raised in that letter. For instance, I am not going to comment on the use of the fish house. That is not before this board tonight, and I think between the DEP process and all of the process that this application has been through, that's already been answered, and by the town's ordinance, it cannot be converted to a residential use, and it's a fish house. That's all I'm saying on that. Nor am I going to discuss the variance denial that was raised in that letter by the Board of Appeals in this town. Other than to note that the Board of Appeals denied a setback for a ramp in order to access the front of the fish house with the equipment and the traps, because they said that the hardship, under the hardship test, the fish house had access by water in the back, and even noted that on high tide, the access would be to the fish house, and even commented that that was the proper access to the fish house. So the Zooks agree that the property is accessible by water at high tide. Likewise, I'm not going to really comment on the NOVs. The DEP has long been satisfied with the correction to any violation on the DEP permit. The town issued an NOV asking that the front and the rear timber extensions be removed. The front extensions were removed immediately as soon as that variance was denied. The second set in the back, the applicant has been working with the town ever since then, with the understanding that this process was going through DEP review and approval. That took a very long time for a lot of reasons, and Bud will talk about that. But a lot of adjustments were made to the proposed structure along the way. And it took quite a while. Also, things entirely outside of the Zook's control, the DEP took a long time in preparing that permit and issuing it. So we appreciate that the town, and there has been a lot of conversations, especially with your former code officer, your town attorney who's not here tonight, about leaving those rear ones up while we went through the DEP process, because they would support the pier that we are hoping to build there. Again, appreciate the town's understanding of that and waiting for this process to fully play out. I am, however, going to more significantly address a couple of other items raised in Attorney Turley's letter. The first is a discussion about what he refers to as the parcel, which is the former Baxter property that was donated to the town. I think the picture submitted in the letter really speaks for itself. There's clearly no obstruction to the public in accessing or using that parcel, over which the Fish House property has a deeded right-of-way for access. Second, with respect to the town's recent public boat launch, first, I'm going to give credit to the town. I'm sure that they wouldn't do anything that would interfere with the rights of other riparian upland property owners or their right to wharf out. Beyond that, as Bud will discuss in greater detail, the mouth of the cove is approximately 30 feet wide. There's approximately 94 feet between the end of the float and the rock and ledge outcropping on the other side of the cove. Beneath the wharf structure is an outcropping of rocks and ledge. Many of the users of the public launch will be less experienced boaters, or at least boaters who are less experienced in navigating the cove. The wharf, therefore, will not only not obstruct navigation in the cove, it will protect those new boaters from damaging their boats on the partially submerged rocks and ledge that sit underneath the wharf. Next, the illustrations provided in the letter are misleading. Again, Bud will address specific issues and will explain this in more detail. However, the depiction of the wharf is not to scale, and perhaps Attorney Turley was relying on the old design before it was shortened by approximately 25 feet. But nonetheless, it's not accurate. And the boundaries within the cove, the way they're shown, are not accurate. That is not the way you determine what the riparian boundaries are in a curved cove or curved bay. There's a way that the main courts have looked at to get that done, and Bud will go over that, and he has an illustration to show you. And so the problem with it is actually pretty obvious if it's done the way it's shown in that plan, which is basically everything from Mr. Eaton's property straight out is part of Mr. Eaton's property, then it conflicts with everybody else's use along the bay and the cove. You can't have that straight out. There's overlapping considerations. Deeds say that they go to the creek. That all has to be figured out. We have actually a survey. A surveyor has done this. It was in an earlier packet a while back, but Bud will go over that with you here tonight. And so presumably the drawing that was provided in the letter was an attempt to make the facts of what's happening here tonight fit into the facts of the case that's referred to, Britton v. Donnell. But this is not that case. The Britton v. Donnell case that is referenced in there had to do with, there was a wharf owner. He owned two properties, and then the objecting party owned the property in the middle. The wharf owner had wharfs on both of his properties. One of them went straight perpendicular across the objecting party's property by 48 feet. Blocking access other than there was a 41-foot space that he could get in between these two wharves to access their property. However, that 41 feet is actually not really 41 feet because the way the wharves were designed, and they had been there for a while, there were boats that were able to tie up in different parts of this wharf, and it narrowed down that access even more. So this was again, perpendicular wharf that came out straight across this person's property by 48 feet, which obstructed his access to his own property. Contrary, there's another case, Alden v. Town of Harpswell, and there the court looked at opposition to a wharf extension where the Army Corps said there would be at least 16 feet of passage, but the objecting landowner said, but he would have to enter into his property differently than he had in the past, and he argued that alternative, that the fact that he has to do an alternative access is an obstruction. The select board there disagreed, and the court upheld that decision, saying that there was, the Army Corps report had said there was 16 feet for a boat to pass the wharf, which suggests that navigation there is feasible. The injury referenced in the statute would, to the littoral or the riparian owner, I think the injury was described very well as far as the rights of the general public, fishing, fouling, and navigation, those public trust rights. With respect to the riparian owner, the injury would be an obstruction preventing that owner from being able to access their property the way the wharf that went straight across the property made it very difficult to access their property. So here, the wharf is located entirely on the Zook parcel. It's evidenced by a survey from a licensed surveyor, and Bud will go over that. It does not cross over any other person's property. It does not prevent or obstruct access to any other individual's property, nor does it obstruct the public's right to fishing, fouling, and navigation. Mr. Eaton, and I only mention his name because the drawings were again, had his property on there. But other riparian owners there as well have no greater littoral rights or rights to use the cove than any other riparian or littoral owner, including the Zooks, who have the right to wharf out subject to reasonable permitting regulations. The wharf does not, and I quote, cross the entirety of the Eaton parcel, which is mentioned in that letter. And again, I'm thinking that this is an attempt to make it fit within that Britain case. Nor does it block or obstruct access to the Eaton parcel. The test the Corps provides for licensing under the Wharves and Wares Act. Mr. Eaton's, you know, he may say that he likes to use what is the Zooks riparian littoral area right now. I think Ms. Ridlin was talking about kayaking, may like to cut across what is the Zooks property, but that's not necessary. And as the court said in Alden, an injury doesn't happen because somebody needs to use a slightly alternate method of access than they would like to. So the only question before this board is if the ward obstructs access, thereby injuring the littoral rights of another, and clearly as shown in the evidence provided in the application by Brown this evening, and as agreed to by Department of Marine Resources, DEP, and Army Corps of Engineers, which permits were not appealed, it does not. In addition, and I'm getting close to the end here, the attorney's letter goes into some detail about the earlier NERPA review of the proposed wharf before that design was modified by working with DEP, Army Corps, DMR, and others. Exhibit A to his letter is a letter from DMR dated December 4th, 2020. That letter was superseded by a second review letter from DMR dated March 30th, 2021. The passage that is quoted in the letter has been omitted from the second letter, and I'm going to give the board copies of that second letter. And in the second letter, DMR just says, as far as project impact, the project as proposed should have no impacts to marine resources or habitat, and the redesigned proposed float does not cover or impact the soft bottom habitat. The new design also would not impact navigation to and from the Langsford Railway. The project should not result in adverse impacts to traditional fisheries, recreation, or riparian access. That's the most current DMR review of this application.
Could I have a copy of that?
Yes, you can. And actually, I would like to enter this into the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Noted, we can accept that into the record.
Thank you.
2, 3.
They keep creating me down here.
You need
I
another
think there are
one?
about 10 copies there.
You need
So.
another one, okay.
Is this the complete letter or just?
That's it. Yep.
That's the letter that's in the application, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the application. It's in the application, right?
Yeah.
It's not the letter that was attached to the letter from Attorney Turley that
Yeah, it's the
was
one that's
submitted.
in the application, yeah, thanks.
So it just in concluding, again, the mouth of the cove is 30 feet wide. There's 94.5 feet between the end of the float and the outcropping on the other side of the cove. A boat tied up to the proposed wharf will not further intrude into the cove and will be there only for a limited number of days, and even then only for a very short duration in time, just long enough to unload and load traps and gear. There's more than ample unobstructed area for the passage of other vessels. Secondly, the littoral property owner, JJWZ in this case, has, again, the right to wharf out subject to reasonable permitting requirements and the littoral and public trust rights of others, including those under the Wharves and Weirs Act. To balance these rights, the Wharves and Weirs Act came into being to prevent one littoral property owner from being able to block or obstruct access to another littoral property or to the public's rights of fishing and fouling navigation. The court has said that that's how this came into being. There is substantial verifiable evidence in the record, and as will be further discussed by Bud Brown, that neither littoral nor public rights are being obstructed here. If there is no obstruction to the rights of another littoral owner or to the public in order to exercise their rights for fishing, fouling, and navigation under the public trust doctrine, there is no injury and a license should issue. That's all I have to say. If Bud could just have a moment to set up his boards.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have an easel?
We had an easel at one time.
There's the easel in the back.
Why don't we set it up over there so the
we're in the
audience has an
corner there.
opportunity to see it?
Gonna need a microphone.
Does that make sense? Well, however you, how do,
Behind here?
Want to do it behind us?
And he can come behind us?
We're gonna
yeah,
need a
whatever
microphone
works.
now.
I want to be sure everybody sees
He
what
can
I
take
have
the
to say.
hand mic.
Why don't you do the honors? Yep.
I'll give you a microphone, too.
Okay, are we ready?
Alan, can you go back a little bit? Oh, wait, I think we have.
You all set?
You're good. You can go up a little bit. so you can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had Bob make me a pointer, but now we don't need it.
If you want to pick up the microphone and come back here, you can.
Be a lot easier for you.
Okay.
I have another mic. You can use this one.
Okay.
Not right now.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I didn't catch your name, but you did a great job of covering what,
Me?
yes, what I needed to do to make that application. And I think most of the board recognizes me. I've been doing dock permits, I've been doing dredge permits, I worked on Government Wharf. I've been doing this since 1975. The one thing is my life experience is just like where this wharf is going to be. I live in Georgetown, born and raised. Other than going to college and being in the military and going all over the world, I've been in Georgetown, looking at the mudflats right in front of my camp, which is 25 feet from the water, and it's similar. So I brought that experience to this application, and I am going to present what I know and what we did. I did all of the work, every last part of it. Part of my thing since the day I started my business is I don't depend on other people doing stuff for me, so that when I get up and talk or I support something I'm going to say, it's something I did and I know it's right. And everything I do is based upon empirical data. If you don't know the term, that's numbers. And that's, I did the bathymetry, all that, put everything out. The only people that did anything different than I was the surveyors. So, and some staff I had which would make some graphics for me. Now, I have no employees, so I have to farm out my graphics. So here I am. All right, so here we go. So right off the bat, this is the entrance to that, 30 feet wide. It spreads out to 94 feet. And when you look in the application, you may see a discrepancy between an earlier plan I had. What the board may not know is the DEP afforded us and all of the opponents the opportunity to review a draft application. And through that process, we moved from being 69 feet across here to 94 plus or minus. And that's based on survey. And during the site visit, I misspoke and said something about Google Earth. That's incorrect. It was survey. So I apologize for that mistake. So really, that's it. And now I'm going to go and discuss Mr. Turley's letter. And I apologize. Like Sandy said, we didn't get the letters until Friday. Didn't even know about the site visit. So I've been rushed. And in fact, today, I didn't, I picked up some of these graphics from Lower Village at 4:45. So no time to review, edit, try to get them to fix any typos. So let's go to riparian. Mr. Turley's graphic exhibit.
I think we're gonna, I don't think John and I, maybe
I'm going to come around.
Okay, yeah, yeah, okay, I'll go through it. I'll go through it. So there you go. Okay, so we had Lower Village do a boundary survey and look at abutting properties. This is the town property. This is the Zook property. This is the Ridland property. All the others are over here. You will see that they all own to the thread of the stream. Now, back in colonial days, the way it worked to determine things for boundaries between towns, cities, etc., was the selectmen would go out and perambulate. That's a new term for some of you, I'm sure. It was a new one for me, but I was involved in a case with Pierce Atwood and one of my clients. And that means that the selectmen would appropriate rights to the center of the navigable stream. And this is analogous to this. In other words, that's why the property runs all the way out to that stream, because the perambulation in navigable waters was for equal right to the navigable part of the thing. That's why property lines are not necessarily right in the middle of a river or whatever. They are in the middle of the navigable channel. So that's how this goes way back. These deeds go back to the late 1890s. Okay, so that's to me, that takes away this whole others having rights to the stream being abutters or contiguous people. So that's when Sandy mentioned some factual areas in Mr. Turley's presentation, and this is where it gets ugly. We had to extract these pictures from 8.5 by 11s and took them to the printers to get them blown up. So it was quite a little stunt. They did it. I couldn't do it. Linda couldn't do it. So it's not Mr. Turkey. And what I sent to them said Turley, trust me. Yeah, and also, it was not ledge end, it was a legend, which is, so, just to clarify that, I just don't want anybody to have their feelings hurt. Okay, so this is a graphic from his Exhibit 8, all right? And it shows a couple of things. First of all, it shows this, I assume, from the tax map, not from a survey. So this is simply not factual. And then, a couple of things I want to say. Like I said, I live on the water, and I have kayaks. We have stand-up paddle boards, you know. I have an extended family. I'm on family land in Georgetown. Been there since 1865. So I know what we're looking at, right? So, first of all, this kayak route, and thanks, Sandy, for your research on the law, because for a couple of things. For one, I'm going to show at some point a picture which shows what these ledge outcrops are like. They may start out shallow, but they go up quick. And the seaweed there, like I've been all in and out. When I do a bathymetry survey, I have my chart plotter, and I try, in a small place like that, I try to be about 10 feet apart, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then I truth the depths by the time of day, because all of my track logs are time-stamped. So I will adjust up and down if the tide's coming or going, whatever it takes. I'd make perfect bathymetry. So at any rate, one thing I noticed was it was almost high tide before some of the seaweed beds get covered. So personally, I would not make that route even in a kayak, because A, you're going to be paddling through seaweed, or B, you're going to be banging into the ledge. So, and not only that, but all they got to do is go out there, straight out. No problem. And then the next thing is this graphic I made off of Google Earth. And I started sailing in the late 50s, early 60s in this Seguin Island Yacht Club, which is, I live on Kennebunkport. You can look me up on Google Earth. And there's an association of summer people, and we were the only people that lived there. And it's a mile-long point until about 15 years ago, year-round. So at any rate, when the summer girls were around, I would sail with them, of course, right? So I was sailing a turnabout in the late 50s, early 60s. We've had a couple of sailboats which we've given to our daughter, who lives up through the woods in our big house, and we gave that to her. We had a widgeon, probably I know there was someone at the public hearing was talking about sailing. We had a JC, my wife, we went to the Newport Boat Show, and she saw a JC9, which is what the America's Cup, it's a 9-foot with a jib and a spinnaker and all that is, you got to be good to sail that thing. At any rate, so I know about sailing. And why this guy would go that way and this way and that way and this way boggles my mind, because the wind either comes from the south, or it comes from the north, or the southwest, or the northwest, unless it comes from the southeast, and in that case, you're in a dungeon of fog, or it's raining. So basically, all this guy needs to do is leave his house, go out to the channel, and head out. Close reach, broad reach. So we're not impacting that ability, and I still don't understand this. It's not a typical route. It's an odd route. So, moving along swiftly. I don't really have that much to show. This is just to demonstrate how these ledges are. See how this is the end of the float. This is the first buoy, then you come to this ledge, and, oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back to the first one in a minute. So it's a little disjointed, but that's fine. But, you know, basically, you look, this is, and it starts out, but it jumps right up. Starts out, and it jumps right up. Starts out, jumps right up. So no one is gonna go here in a boat, you know, especially a sailboat with a, you know, with a centerboard or a keel. So that whole thing that I just talked about down there makes no sense to me. And that's based on, well, I'll be 79. I was born the day of the atomic bomb, which I love. In fact, I was in R&R. I was on the Intrepid in '68, and I went to Ground Zero. Had my picture taken, but I was kind of ugly when I got out of the service, so I threw all that stuff away. I had to get some of my medals and stuff back, but anyway. And I'm going to go back to, where's my first one? Yep.
I think.
Okay, I'm going to put this one back up. And this line this won't be straight, but I had Lower Village put in this line because I had this line put in by Lower Village because when we were at the site walk, there was a discussion about how in fact, the wharf is going to be beneficial to people that don't know how to run a boat. They don't know about red right returning or any of those things. So I had this line put in to show how it's actually going to be beneficial to have this wharf to navigation. And I will start at this buoy right here, and I'm going to run. I'm going wiggly all over the place. I'm going to run there. And what that means is people coming out of the launch ramp over here, there's the cradle, here's the new launch ramp. Anybody that comes out of there and doesn't know what they're doing, they're going to see this wharf, and they're not going to go in there. And I would suggest to the town that you might put up a kiosk at that launch ramp explaining navigation, because I would think you would have some liability if people come off that ramp and go the wrong way and ground out. So I'd think about that. So anyway, this when you leave there and you see that wharf, you're not gonna go there. You're gonna go out through this very wide. You can't really see the stippling, but there's stippling from here all the way over to here that runs kind of like, well, kind of like that. And then like this, and that shows where you can go safely. And finally, to summarize, I want to show one last thing, and
Bud, before you put that down, can you give the people and the selectmen a basic overview of the dimensions of the pier and the wharf and the float?
sure, I'll do my best to remember. I think I can do it.
113 feet.
133, I think.
130?
Yeah, this is from,
But I'm just gonna hold that pointer so you don't stick yourself in the eye. Making me nervous.
I appreciate that, Laurie. I don't want to go home blind. All right, so here's, I'll mark this up. Whoops, better take the cap off. Too much going on in my head. So here's the end of the wharf.
Don't forget the mic.
Mike's retiring. All right. So this is it's 8 feet, then it's 45 out to there.
And 60.
And then this ramp is 20. However, if I had the section, it's 19.2 feet, because when you go down on an angle, it shortens up. But we'll use the 20. So then it's 20 there, and then it's 60.
Bud, could you draw an outline of the outcrop, where the rock is? Would you just trace that?
Yeah, I'll be happy to do that. It's right here. All I got to do is do it.
Right. That's good, far enough.
Yeah, okay, well, I want to go a little further. Sorry, I want to also do this, for everyone's edification, this is all ledge and seaweed and salt marsh and all that. So there you have it. I mean, you see what I'm saying. When you come out of here, you're looking at all of that stuff right there.
Why, just a question, why is it so long? Can it be shortened? Is it a preference?
No, there's a reason. There's a reason, and I'll go back to, this. This is that ledge right here. The rock that's laying on top of the ledge is blasted rock. My assumption, based on years of experience, is that there was probably a cribbed wharf running out there, and it's fallen down. I don't know when that would have been, but Dennis Nault was the guy from DMR that was out there with me. He was the one that's supposed to have been making comments on the application, not the Marine warden, but that's neither here nor there. But at any rate, he recognized it, and that's why you can see how it pops up. That's why we're going to remove, this is the green area that you can't really see, but we're going to remove by hand, that's okay, I'll get it, Sheila. We're going to remove by hand the rock here down to bedrock. I don't think it's going to be that far. In other words, in order to come in along the float, it has to be that long so the boat can fit at high tide. Okay. Don't forget that in the application, we only had, in the summertime, there were only 4 opportunities, and that's standard. Anybody knows about tides, the king tides and everything are in the winter, not in the summer, all right?
We found that out.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, and just as an aside, my grandfather was still alive in 1978. My father was alive in 1978, obviously, and I was. And when the 78 storm, the southeast storm, hit, it was higher than the first storm this year and a little bit lower than the second. And I watched mansions go off the end of Popham. It was the first time in any of our 3 lifetimes that we had ever seen the water go over the road down to Kennebunkport, okay? And so in, how many years is that? 78, 46 years? It took that long before the tide ever got that high again, and they blocked the road again. So just so people understand that this was a very different event this year. And one thing, my career, I have based a lot of my stuff. I took the subpolar ecology course up above tree line in Shefferville, Quebec, with people from all over New England, but all of my mentors at Orono, of every discipline, geology, soils, aquatic macroinvertebrates, birds, small mammals, you name it, everything. I did a brook trout food habit study, so I got the old fishing for my work. But what I saw is chaos is normal. You know, you see the water go up and down and stuff rages in it. And you can have, one could have 2 500-year storms in 1 year because of randomness. It's not like they happen every 500 years. It's the amplitude of the storm, just like 100-year floods. You probably know these terms. So, and that is based, has allowed me to prove agencies wrong, like they think that lake levels are stable. In fact, that's wrong. I relicensed, like I said, I do all my own work. I relicensed Flagstaff Lake, which is an impoundment that goes up and down 17 feet. Did all these studies year-round. We had windows to the underworld where we looked under the ice to see what was happening down there, everything. So I had plots that started in the woods and went out. Everything followed the tide. Bugs, reptiles, salamanders, frogs, all that. And so U.S. Fish and Wildlife required my client, CMP, to have me do a comparison study on a natural system. And I'd worked all over the north during budworm from 75 to 81. So I identified the Moose River in Jackman and above as a natural system with no histories of a dam. And Addian Pond is the one in the top of the watershed. And we benchmarked it, repeated all the studies. But if anyone wanted to guess how much that goes up and down every fall and every spring, I'm not going to ask you to do it, but I'll tell you it goes up and down 12 feet. So chaos is normal. So anyway, round and round, just to support my thinking.
But back to the rock. So what I'm seeing there is that you're going to have to move in terms of lateral distance, probably what, 20, 25 feet of distance from the edge of what is now the outcrop back towards the shed, correct?
I think that's a pretty decent guesstimate.
All right, what happens if you hit ledge? Because I'm really concerned that you're not going to get the depth that you can get there. So what happens if you hit ledge? You don't know where the ledge is.
Well, we don't know where the ledge is,
Right.
but I already have a plan. If we hit ledge and it's going to be high enough that it's not going to give us the access we need, I'm going to go back to the DEP and what's called a minor modification to get authorization to go in there with a jackhammer and chip it.
And if you weren't able to acquire that, then the construction would stop.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about it. That's almost a permit by rule to get a minor mod.
To work in the littoral zone.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. The only time things...
It's okay.
Okay, all right.
Right there, just
That's,
enough said.
yeah, thank you much, because I was already warned by my clients and the attorneys to not give too much information, because I know so much and I just
But
do a
you've blown it already, so it doesn't matter.
I
Let's
do
keep
a
it right
mind
here.
dump.
Yeah.
So, anyway, let's go to the end, okay? So, this goes back to the comprehensive plan. And if you look at this, 96% of the town of Kennebunkport wants to support the commercial fishing industry. And basically, all we've gotten, the preponderance of what we've gotten from, I've been working on this since 2017. The preponderance of what we've seen is from residents on Langsford Road. So, there you go. That's the end of, that's all I got to say.
Well, they're the people directly affected, correct?
They are.
Okay.
But we've designed it, and the parameters, we don't impede navigation, is clear to me, and I think to you as well. So, I'm ready.
So my question about the length.
When we come back, we come back. It's the board's turn to ask questions, so. Is there any other presentation being made from the applicant, Sandy? No? Okay, so you can go back if you want to, bud. You can even sit.
Well, who knows? And I may have to come up and grab something. Yeah.
I just want to note that the plan that was marked up will be part of the record. Is there an unmarked up copy of that plan that's in the application material?
There is.
Okay. Just wanted to note that for the record, that the one that was marked up, because it involves some testimony, that will be part of the record.
Makes me think of one last thing, if I may. I will be submitting, I went back and yesterday, I put together what the tides mean in 2024. So you can see, and I'm going to submit that, because we're trying to create a complete record, as you can tell, with my 300 pages.
But can I have that like that?
You may.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, so questions from the board? Yes.
But the one question I had, I find it very long. I don't think it's a necessity. I think, maybe your float needs to be that long, but the walkway maybe doesn't. If you're gonna take the rocks away from there, then there is no impediment. So I don't know why you're bringing it more into the inlet.
Yeah. For a good reason. Since we could only make a 4-foot wide wharf, and I could have Julian, he told me how he's gonna operate. First of all, it takes a minute, actually under a minute, it's gonna take a minute for him to get in and tie up. And the fact that we are only 25 feet wide, and he's gonna bring in like a boatload of 40 or 60 traps, that getting them off and taking them all the way up to the bottom of the ramp he's only going to have enough time to do that, and we can only stack them, they're 2 feet wide. So it's going to be a process to get them there, and I don't believe we're going to be able to.
I'm not questioning the float.
I know
I'm questioning the walk. Why does it have to be as long?
Because we don't want his running gear to be over ledge, because he's going to be right on the brink.
You just said you're taking it away.
No. Well, I'm talking, it's still going to be ledge. There's still going to be ledge there, and boat owner, I would not take it with a skeg and a rudder and my prop hanging down. I'm not going to, and I've only got this much freeboard.
You wouldn't bring your motor back that way. You would come in with the bow.
That's right. And what
And
I'm
then
saying,
back up.
and what I'm saying is was it you, Alan, that asked about the distance, or was it
It was
John?
Alan.
About the distance from the end of the ledge to the end of the float.
And what did you say that distance was? I think I heard
47.
47 feet? That's not what I saw.
No, that's different. No, I don't agree with that.
What was the distance, Al? You remember it?
47 feet.
That's what I heard. So I don't understand, but, Bob went out and measured it, and we got a call back, but that's not what I saw on the diagram. I'm concerned about that ledge, but that's just.
Well, and I think we said it when we were there, we ran down there. I'm sure that somebody here they were peering out there, the door of John Green's thing. They saw me stuck in the mud out there. I didn't have 10 minutes. We were hustling to get a non-surveyed outline of the float and everything. So I can't speak if that thing was right or not, to be honest with you. I don't know. All I know is what's engineered on the plan, and I guess we could scale.
Well, I'm looking at your plan,
Yeah,
and I'm seeing that the end of the float is maybe 10 feet or so beyond the rocks. Now, that area of the rocks is the area that you're going to
right.
try to change. Okay, why can't that come back a little bit if you're not going to have rocks there?
It's come to me. I got an answer. From the bathymetric survey, we don't have the section. I wish I'd brought the section. Shows this. It's 2 feet out at the tip of the, the section is, there we go. He has it. Mike has it.
Same one. See, I don't know why it has.
No,
No,
we
it's
we don't want that one. We want this one.
What page are we on, so everyone's on the same?
We're
page?
on page, give me a second.
But it's got to be document page, because the pages start again.
Okay, this is very close to the beginning. We have a section, which is page 7 at close to the beginning, detail 2. And we have these elevations, and you will see that it goes from 0 at the end of the float, and by the time you get further up,
Yeah, but
You get-
you're taking those rocks away. You just said that.
I did say that, but there's more to the picture than meets the eye. That we don't want to have to go, we designed this so that when we go in there, when we have more than 10 feet of depth from mean low water on it.
I mean, I don't know how far, I don't know how far in you're going to go. You said you were going to get rid of all those rocks, and then you were going to go and jackhammer the rest of it.
Well, I hope we don't have to, but
Well,
the
I hope you
point.
don't too,
but
but
the-
I don't know why you've extended it into the area that is the navigable area.
I'm go-
Why?
I'm
Why
not-
why so much here when you could stop it here and still have enough room?
No, I understand what you're saying, but if you look at the scale, the graphic scale here, each one of these is 5 feet.
Yep.
And Mike, maybe you can verify what I'm saying. This is between, from here to here is 10 to 15 feet.
That's what I said, yep.
Yeah, so
Could you
I want,
back it off 10 or 15?
well, the reason I say that is we have so limited time there, and we want to keep his running gear above mud.
Yeah, please,
Yeah.
please, folks, please.
And I'm sorry, I wish I'd had this graphic because I could explain it fairly easily. But as Mike verified, it's 10 to 15 feet over the mud. I want to keep, if I were a fisherman, and actually I do fish, if I would, and actually the ledge extends even further out here on the side. So maybe 10 to 15 feet, I want to keep my running gear over the mud so that, time flies. And they got to unload all that stuff and move it up the float. And so they may have an hour of opportunity, they may have 45 minutes. And I'm just saying, this is for making it safe, or, he doesn't want to wreck his boat.
So there's no opportunity to bring it in 10 feet, 15 feet?
Not in my opinion, no, I would not, you don't,
Well, yeah, okay.
I see the point, though.
Oh, yeah.
that's why. That was,
See, I'm not seeing your point of view, because if you're telling me that you're getting rid of all those rocks, and that area isn't going to be
I'm getting, no,
problem.
again, I think we're miscommunicating. We're gonna get rid of the rocks down to bedrock, and
Right.
hopefully we won't have to do anything. But there's still gonna be ledge there, even though we get it down so the bow of the boat can come in. It'll still be like that, but I still want to keep. That's my swing span, 6 feet. So,
You got to use the mic.
this is my
Show us
wingspan.
3 feet then. We can double it.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was gonna, I was
So is
gonna
the answer-
leave Sheila as my reference. I'm saying that when I stick my hands out for my 6 feet, because this has been measured, and I'm gonna guesstimate between 10 to, I'm gonna guesstimate 10 feet. Is that
Okay.
fair?
Yep. Yep.
The prop doesn't stick out past the stern of the boat. Maybe Julian can say how far in from the stern of your boat to the prop is? 4 feet. So I want to keep his running gear above mud, not above ledge.
So is the distance out and then the rock removal to get one boat in? Or is the distance out and the rock removal to get two boats in?
One boat in. Only one boat can access at a time, access
Okay.
this thing
And
at
the
a time.
rock removal is to get the one boat in safely today. And to John's point, if you cannot get the rocks out and you have to do something else, and you, just say for argument's sake,
Sure.
you don't get the, what do I want to say? The ease of permit to go and blast or something, then you,
We won't blast.
Whatever.
And listen,
whatever, but. you just
I
say you don't get
guarantee
that.
you
No, just say.
that I
for-
will get the permit.
For argument's sake, just for argument's sake.
Sure.
That you don't get that.
Permit?
Permit. So then this project's done.
No. I would say, no, the project would not be done, because he would still pull in, he still would not intrude on it, his stern would be sticking out.
Right.
So they got you coming, they got you going on this thing. You know, one way or the other, he's got to tie up. And if we shorten the pier and make it more difficult for him to function, then instead of doing what we said we would want to do at the site visit, is we want to have the boat entirely inside of the float, so there's no question about
So is this
interference.
application to have the boat, so at the site visit, what I understood is that this application and the intent of this application and the intent of the use going forward is to always have the boat so that it is aligned and not intruding, the boat itself is not intruding any further than the dock.
That's exactly right.
And if you cannot blast, and we go down our hypothetical thing of you're not going to get a permit, you're not then going to push the boat out into the water and say, I still can do it. So you just lost me on that one when you said
You
that.
know, what I'm saying is let's say we shorten the pier, I mean, the float.
No, leave the float the same. We're talking about the
Shorten,
float as it is
if,
inside.
okay, the float moves, right?
Yeah.
That-
It's
okay.
the walkway I'm
So,
Down.
so the pier, if we were to shorten the pier
We're not,
and move the float, the 60-foot float further inland, a couple of things would happen. We're gonna cantilever it, it would be up higher. It would, and we would have to have the boat hang off the end of the float. He's not gonna get a smaller boat.
How much?
Whatever, no, basically, what we're,
I could get it in there as is now, it's just gonna shorten the time window.
Could you speak, could you?
You gotta-
Yeah,
You need to
you're gonna-
come
you
by the
need to- you're
microphone.
gonna-
Julian Zook, I could get the boat in there now with the rocks there, it just shortens the time window down to half of what it would be with the rocks taken out.
but how much water do you need to get it in? You need a
I think-
10-foot tide.
Yeah, yeah,
you
I'd
don't
like
have a
to, I
lot of-
can go on less than that, but I'd
Yeah, but you
prefer
won't
not
have any
to.
time.
No, you wouldn't have any
and that's
time
the
if you didn't
point.
remove the rocks, yeah, it would cut the time window down to almost nothing.
Okay, so the rock removal gets you more time.
Gets you more time in there.
Okay.
'cause-
But it also means you'd have to be out beyond what is planned now for the 60-foot float.
I'd be close, but I could probably,
yeah, but
I
it's
could
gonna be-
probably get it in
Yeah,
there
I mean,
now, and
we're
still be
talking,
inside
you
of
can
it.
only do it on a high tide.
Yeah, no, you
I
only,
mean-
you only can do it on a high tide.
Right, and, yeah, and
It's a 3-hour window to go in there. I haul my boat out at John's.
Yeah.
I got an hour and a half each side of the tide as is.
okay, yeah.
If it's-
So that mud doesn't really matter. I mean, if you're there on a high tide, you know, if you shorten the whole thing, you're still gonna be okay.
Yeah, less trap storage on it.
Well, I still think you're gonna be okay.
So, can I ask a question?
you may.
So, if you shorten the float,
Yeah,
say to 40 feet, and how much of your stern will be sticking out?
3 feet.
Okay, so, well, what I'm getting at is, if they shorten the float by 20 feet, he's only in there for an hour or two at a time, and then this boat's gone, and you've gained an extra 20 feet.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's what I'm,
I got it.
He's only there for a short time.
and even if it sticks out, it's not gonna matter for a short time.
The rocks would need to be gone if the float was shorter.
Well,
Yeah,
But said
The rocks
the-
would have
the
to be
rocks were
gone
gonna
if
go.
if the float.
he said they were gonna go, so,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
We didn't say they were all going to go. Again, back to
Well,
that,
you pretty much said that, because you were gonna jackhammer the rest of it.
if we can, if, you know,
But you
we
said
don't.
you would.
No, we will, if we need to. But, you know,
So my point is, I don't think it has to be that long. I think that if you could shorten it and still reasonably use it, the fact that the boat will be there maybe an hour on a high tide, thereabouts, once it's gone, that still opens up the waterway to the other people a lot more than if you had the whole 125 feet.
well,
I know
I'm
you
trying-
would like to.
no, I'm not talking about like or not. I'm talking about, first of all, we go from 30 feet, right? Coming in, and we go to 90, we triple the width. We don't impede, all of the things that the attorney, I forgot his name, but your guy from Jensen Beard, you know, what he said, we are not impeding anybody's use. We also,
Well, you
let me finish, please. We also are going by the ordinance. We need to be 25 feet back from the thread of that stream. We've exceeded that. We've moved back quite a bit. So I don't see how we are causing them a problem, and we're shortening up the time that they can access that float. With, you know, and it's only once a month for a minute of
Well, now you're coming to my question, where I agree with Sheila. According to, on page 62, I'm reading, I actually read this stuff, so.
You're a good man. Let's think about this, I had to write it.
Yeah. So on 2.3, proposed wharf traffic conflicts, it says that the most significant thing to issue at hand is there are only 4 days of available days in 2 years when there's enough water at high tide to access the float. And you told me that it would, and what it says here is it'll be 2 hours on those days for a total of 8 hours in 2 years. So why do we have to have that much sticking out in the waterway if you're only going to be able to use that at high tide 4 days in 2 years?
Well, we're talking about the summer season, the time from May 1st to September 30th, when people are concerned about conflict. In the winter, they have much more time. You know.
I'm asking about summertime.
No, I understand, I
I'm
get
asking-
that.
Yeah.
That's right, and when I submit my other testimony, I found in 2024, there are 15 days in the 3 months, but they are all blocked into 3-day chunks. In other words, there are 5 opportunities, right?
So it's minimal opportunities.
Minimal opportunities. So we want, and these are based on just 10 feet, you know, which gives us
Yeah.
very little opportunity. So what we're looking for is the time to unload and get out of there.
But my question is still valid. We got this thing sticking out there where it may not have to for a lot of time for 4 days in 2 years. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Well, the other thing about that, let's talk logistics. You know, 4 days for the big boat. He has a Carolina skiff you use for a,
I got a skiff too, so I mean,
no, but what I'm saying is, they're gonna come in and access that,
and they can do that,
and they can do that.
even if it's a shorter length.
No, they can, I agree.
Sure they can,
Well, it's
yeah.
really about logistics and being able to pull in, have an hour. A lot of those there's a big difference among those 3 or those 5 times I'm talking about in 2024. There's one around Labor Day, which I'm going to put this in for the record, where they have a minus 1.6 tide or some sort. They have a big window of opportunity on that day. Other ones, they have a very short opportunity.
You're talking to me in circles. You're getting me like this. So all I want to know is if we've only doing it 4 days in 2 years and 8 hours in 2 years, why do we need to have that thing sticking out that way all the time, 100% of the time? That's all I'm asking.
Well,
And it goes along with what
I
Sheila's
guess,
saying, what
I
Alan's
guess I,
saying.
other than the logistics of it, I can't give you
What logistics of it?
the time he has to
Oh, but you're
unload.
taking the rocks out.
We're taking the loose rocks out. We
No,
don't-
you're jackhammering, you told us.
No, we don't know that.
Well,
We don't-
okay, so
we don't
I'm
know-
just saying, look, I'm not going to argue. All I'm saying is we have a legitimate question.
You do.
Okay.
And I've attempted to answer it, and I guess I haven't done that good a job. I don't know.
No, I think you're answering it, but to your own,
To your own way.
My own edification.
Yeah.
your own opinion.
Yeah.
I think what you're hearing from us, probably from all of us, is, is there capability of shrinking it, of bringing it, making it shorter? And what is the risk? So what I heard from the risk of making this a little bit shorter, because again, so you made the argument of, the high-level thing that Sandy makes, right? So let's put that aside, okay? So we're not saying up or down on that one yet. I think what you're hearing the board say is, we understand that this wants to be a working application, and then the tides are relegating it to certain times for certain types of boats. Could you shorten it? Have you thought through the ability to sort of bring that in 20 feet or whatever more? We already acknowledge that you already brought it in, and what I heard is that from Julian, is that it would take him longer to unload. It wouldn't stop him from doing it, but it would take him longer to unload. And I think that's where we're struggling, is we're not seeing that it's a broken, I'm sorry, Julian?
You'd have less.
He said you'd have less time.
Less time.
Well,
I'm sorry, why would there be less time?
because the bathymetry of that area, including the mud, goes up from 0 up to 3 feet.
Well, right now, Julian, what's the length of your boat?
You want to give Julian that mic, please?
40 feet?
40 feet, it's got
40
a
feet.
3-foot extension off of it, it's
Got it.
43 total.
So the
Got it.
float
So-
is 60 feet.
The float is 60. So basically, if we were to shorten it, what that would do is it would pull you, if you wanted to have the whole boat on there, 20
Right.
feet closer to the rocks.
Exactly.
Yeah, which means your bow's now going to have,
I don't know,
you need more water.
yeah, I don't know what the measurement is,
How
but it's
much-
less
yeah,
water.
I'm with you, but you need to get rid of more rock.
Yeah.
God willing, you could do it, but that's if you had your full length of your boat on that dock.
Yeah,
Take off, so your boat's 43 feet.
yeah.
So if you hung out 15 feet on your stern hanging out, now you've got 20-some foot on the dock.
On the float.
You've got your bow is only 5 feet closer than you would have been before, and we've already got the jackhammering ready to go. It seems to me for the time that number of days you're going to be there, in the off-season, it's not as convenient, granted, but what you're giving to the folks who want to use that bay for their own, and I'll take issue with your sailing and your navigation later, but I believe it is an obstruction. But 20 feet less would go a long way to help my thinking. So
Only
that's
thing is,
that's
if
what
you
I'm asking.
pull the bow in, then the whole house of the boat is on the float, and the traps are out sticking past the dock, and you can't just
That's not
pass them
very
off the
good.
side of the boat.
Yeah.
Can't just pass them off the side of the boat when the traps in the stern
You
stick.
can't put your tail end in because that's your gear over the rock.
Yeah.
Let me think on that.
I just want to jump in real quick to sort of reframe. So I understand that there's a desire to sort of figure out something that works, but what you have before you is an application that's a
You're right.
particular
Agree.
design, and you have to act on that application as it is. Okay, so I understand the desire to want to workshop it or to try to figure something out, but, and it's not your job to design it for them.
You're right.
So I just want to just reframe that. You have an application before you, this is what they're proposing, and you have to decide whether that fits into the statute or not, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so does the staff have any oh, Frank, you got some input?
Thanks, Julian.
Thanks, Julian.
Thanks,
Yes,
Julian.
and thanks, Bud.
But
What would you like to know? Frank or Harbor Master?
Any questions for Frank? I just want to know if there's questions for Frank, that's all.
I hadn't thought about asking Frank a question. But
Well, then we don't need to. I just thought he's here.
One of the,
Go
one
ahead.
of the things that I was concerned about, we just passed this public ramp situation last year. We've not had a season yet. And I wish we could have a season to see what the traffic is going to be there. And like John was saying, you know, some of these people who put their boats in really don't know what they're doing. And to see, how those kinds of maneuvers are going to happen. And that would give us an idea of, the activity that's going to happen there.
Well,
I
one
mean,
thing,
I don't know how you see it.
well,
No, I agree with you. I share that concern. We haven't had a full season of the ramp
Right.
being used the way it's going to be used.
in fact, we started in August last year, August 1, I believe, and we had 70 reservations between August 1 and 10/18.
Wow.
So we had 70 people use that public ramp. There are, 85 registered users, something like that right now, and it's growing.
Yes, it is.
So there's a number of people. I certainly resonate with the thought of, but there are a number of people there.
That's only 3 months out of the
That's
year.
only three, well, that's no June and July on that number. That's 70, and it was brand new.
May, June.
So we're going to have well over 100 people, 100 reservations, well over this year using that.
But I mean, it's 9 months. It's not
Alan?
going to get used.
Well,
Talk
it's
into
open.
them.
Well, it's open. It gets used, but we just
Talk into the
don't,
mic.
we don't track it.
Okay. Galen, do you have anything to add? You do not? Okay.
He's smart.
Chris, okay.
Can I respond to?
Sure.
Just briefly. With respect to the public access, so this fish house was permitted for reconstruction by the town in 2008, something like that.
can you speak into the mic a little?
Yeah.
The town has been aware that this application's been pending with DEP for a couple of years, and that the Zooks have a right to wharf out in their property. So it should come as no surprise that that application was going to go forward during this time.
Well, we never received the application. We just received, you were a little bit late on getting us the application. We just got it.
So we've been trying to submit this application for a little
Well,
while.
but we just got it.
And certainly, the DEP, the town has gotten copies of the DEP applications as it's gone forward. So I don't want to argue, I'm just bringing that up.
Well, we couldn't act on the application until we
Right.
got an application.
Right.
We're acting on it now.
Correct.
Okay.
But it's been there. It's been a known quantity for a while now. But beyond that, the
And
whole
what
discussion.
would you suggest we should have done?
I'm not suggesting anything.
Okay,
I'm not,
okay,
and I'm not arguing
okay.
with you. I'm just bringing it to the board's
Okay,
attention.
fine.
And the other part of that, I think, is what we've been trying to say is that the loose rocks are going to be moved. That ledge is still there. Hopefully, they're not going to have to jackhammer any of it. Hopefully, they'll be able to get to ledge to support it. But certainly not an area where you want inexperienced boaters or boaters who are inexperienced with the cove to be running into the ledge over there. So even though there are going to be people using that cove, where this wharf is going is not an area that you would really want those boaters to be going with their boats. So,
Okay, thanks. John?
Is it time for our comments? How are we going to do this now? What's the?
No,
Yeah.
no, we have the next people are going to be, to address us, are going to be the abutters. And and then what I want to make sure is that, who's going to, Bud, are you going to answer the questions that people are going to ask, or is it going to be Bob, or who is it going to be? Okay, so what I would like to have you do when I don't want to have a debate going back and forth between people in the, what I really want to have is just say what you want to say and so forth, and then if you've got questions to ask, if you would address them to the chair here, and then I will pass it on. They will probably hear your question, I'm sure, but I want to avoid the back and forth and arguing and so forth, so if we can. I know you aren't going to do that, but I just want to let you know. So, okay, so,
Mike, can we take like a little break?
you want to take a break?
2-minute break, 3-minute break?
Take a 5-minute break? 5-minute break. Okay. At 10 off. Okay, we're ready to go. So,
May I make a clarification from Mr. Orr?
for who? Yes.
Thank you. This is directed towards the harbor master, and we've been communicating. He told me some period of time that he thought that people would be able to launch and recover there, correct?
What, no?
How long can, how much of a tide is it available for people to launch a recreational boat from that launch ramp?
You got to talk with the mic.
Got to talk to the mic.
It varies depending on the tide, but I would say at least 2 hours, potentially up to 3 if it's a high enough tide.
Anything over 4 feet is how we do it at the site of the launch.
So you've been to boat ramps, I've been to boat ramps. If you got 2 to 3 hours, no parking, it's going to be difficult for a novice to back his trailer down in there and launch a boat. My opinion, this is not empirical, my opinion based on years of experience working on boat ramps, in fact, I've designed them on lakes, is that you might get 2 boats a day to launch there, and I think that's going to be it,
But unfortunately, Bud, that's not correct. We do it on half-hour increments, and people pull up, they launch. We have 5 boats a day often launched there.
Okay, so you got 5.
I got 5.
Okay, so how is that?
Why is that relevant to what we're talking about?
I guess it seems to me that people talk about the 85 people, and I'm not disagreeing with that at all, but the point being is, on any given day, if Julian Zook has 4 days in the summer, 5 months, to be there, how is his boat being there going to interfere with potentially 20 people in 5 months?
There's a lot
That's
of
all.
there's a lot of traffic, Bud, that comes in and out of there.
Well, sure, that
Yeah.
goes to John Green's place, and the commercials, Julian put together 31 people, and John talked about 28, I think, or something like that, plus all the traffic. That's still existing. I just don't
Okay,
see the
we're-
conflict. That's all.
Let's move on. So I've got Gary Ridlin as the first on the list. So is there somebody representing Gary? Okay, Mr. Turley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Turley with a L, not a K. Chair Weston, congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
Select board members. I'm going to speak, but also I'll be followed by Gary, who I sure will speak to his navigation of the cove more clearly than I will.
Okay, good.
I represent Gary, Eden, and the Ridlin family, who are obviously riparian owners. They're going to be directly injured by the pier. And as the town attorney informed you, their concerns, and I appreciate you kind of putting us front and forward, are part of what are being protected by this Wharves and Weirs Act. You will find my letter, which I'm happy to hear people have read, on pages 164 to 177 of your packet. And I also have some exhibits to pass out, which it looks like people have also looked at, which I'll explain in a moment.
We'll accept that into the record.
Thank you. They're actually just blow-ups of what I included in my letter. And like apparently Harold's work, I baked this on empirical data. I use the town's GIS system. It has a beautiful scaling feature that allows you to measure a distance. I heard the representation of the length of the pier. I simply measured it from the boathouse, and that is what you see on that image. Also, to be clear, the boundaries there are not, they are the tax map boundaries. I meant them to be only illustrative. And I'll get to that a little bit later. So tonight you'll hear from my clients and others who will provide testimony regarding the pier and how it both severely obstructs navigation by the public in the cove and causes significant injury to my clients and their rights as riparian owners. The trade-off here, apparently, from listening to the applicant is that at most once a month, this pier will be used and potentially is used 8 hours in 2 years for that trade-off. I speak to put the evidence that you'll hear in context by discussing three topics: the purpose of the Wards and Weirs Act, which I'll touch on very briefly, the rights of the public and riparian owners that is designed to be protected by the statute, and the essential role you play by protecting those rights and enforcing that statute. So briefly, some history. The legislature first adopted a version of the Wards and Weirs Act in 1876. Its primary purpose was to address the fact the riparian owners had no remedy if another riparian owner wharfed out or constructed a pier that interfered with their access to open water. And to distinguish a bit of the question of boundaries, it's not to prevent people from literally building on your own property. Obviously, they can't do that. If I own to the low tide, someone else can't put a wharf over my own land. In Maine, people can hold title to the low tide. It's instead the idea that you have water frontage, and something cutting across it could prevent you from accessing the water. So by adopting the act, the legislature empowered and obligated municipal officers like you to guard against the construction of wharves or weirs if they either, and this is what the town attorney said, obstruct navigation or cause an injury to the rights of others. So I'll touch on those two. So obstruction of navigation is fundamentally about the public's right to navigate across the intertidal to reach open water, which under the law is a highway, much like any highway you might drive on. This right exists whether the intertidal area is dry or submerged, and it's concurrent with the right of the riparian owner to wharf out. But that right to wharf out is qualified. In fact, when the town attorney read to you the statement of our law court regarding the 4 rights attached to riparian ownership, only the wharfing out one was the one that was talked about with having regulations on it. So under the act, you could only wharf out in a manner that does not unreasonably obstruct navigation by the public over the intertidal area. As is evident on Exhibit A, which I passed out, the pier will significantly obstruct navigation by the public. And all I simply am showing here is potential routes from, you've got the public launch, again, that has not had a full season of use. You have the Marine Railway, you have Lanesford Road Lobster, and you also have people trying to navigate the cove from around the park. Because the pier will constitute an obstruction of navigation under the Wharves and Weir Act, you have to deny the application. The act further provides that you must deny the application because the proposed pier causes an injury to the rights of others. So the rights of others protected by the acts are the riparian owners, like my clients, and under the common law, they have several rights stemming from ownership of land on water, and those are distinct from the rights of the public. And the principal right that a wharf is likely to interfere with is the right to get to open water across your entire water frontage. And again, this is not about whether or not the wharf is literally on your own land. That's already illegal. It simply is a crossing in a manner that prevents you from getting out. So the way the Act operates to protect this right is illustrated in the case Britton v. Donnell. And contrary to what you may have heard, did not fit these facts to the case. It's just that the case fits these facts. I'd also say that the case you heard from Mr. Zook's attorney, Alden, is not a law court case. It's a trial court case. It has no legal binding effect on you as a body, on other courts in this state. And in that case, it wasn't decided on whether or not there was an obstruction navigation. It was simply decided on whether or not there was evidence in the record to support what the board like you found. And how appeals work to Superior Court, if there's evidence in the record, they have to affirm. That was it. So it's not, in fact, a contrary case law to Britton v. Donnell. So on to Britton v. Donnell. In that case, the law court in 2011 found that a wharf violated the act. And it focused on, in effect, 3 things. First, it noted that the wharf cut across a significant portion of the riparian owner's water frontage. There was 48 feet it cut across. And as it shows you on your diagrams, this is far more. 2, the wharf significantly narrowed the channel through which riparian owners would have to need to navigate as compared to natural conditions. And as a result, 3, the wharf significantly interfered with the owner's access to open water. The degree of injury here is even more egregious than Britton v. Donnell. As shown on Exhibit B, which is the second image, the entirety of Eden's water frontage will be obscured or blocked by this. And again, that's not a matter of property boundaries. It's simply from end to end, water frontage, cutting across. and a significant portion of Ridland's, Hutchins, and Moody's water frontage, will also something across it. As shown on Exhibit C, the pier will therefore cause direct and serious injury to Eden and Ridland, who, by the way, have navigated this pier or this cove for years and know how it can be navigated. And it will significantly interfere with their access to open water by sailboat, kayak, and SUP. This injury alone is grounds to deny the application. Lastly, I just want to touch on your authority under the Act. So the Wharves and Weir Act grants you, the municipal officers, the exclusive authority to enforce the Act. It's true, other agencies have other powers under other statutes, but the Wharves and Weir Act since 1876 has made municipal officers the people who enforce it. This authority exists independently and concurrently with the authority of the DEP to consider a pier under the Natural Resources Protection Act. I raise that solely because the fact that this pier has received approval from the DEP is not actually relevant in the sense that you have your own statute to enforce under its own standards that the town attorney outlined. If the legislature wished for the DEP's review under the statute to supplant your authority, it could have repealed the Wharves and Weirs Act at any point since NERPA was adopted in 1988. The fact that it has not tells you that you have a legal obligation to independently review the pier and consider whether it violates the Act. Because it does, you must deny the application. Thank you.
I have a
Okay,
question.
thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question. So you're telling us that the sailboat route and the kayak route, this is the only route they can have? They can't go through the channel?
I will have my client speak to that, because again, I have not navigated the cove. I'm simply representing what they told me were the routes, and you'll hear from them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to remind people, I should have done this when we came back, that our rules are that we end discussion, any meeting at 10 o'clock. So if we're not done by 10 o'clock, people are coming back. Okay. So anyway, that's the ordinance, so. Okay, so Mr. Ridland.
Mike,
Yes.
if we want to ask Mark a clarifying question.
You can, absolutely, please.
Mark.
Sure,
Our Mark.
Oh, Mark.
I'm here.
So if I look at the exhibits just given to us, I was thinking down the 4 points that you brought up for riparian rights. So that water remains in place, the right to access the water, subject to reasonable use, I believe was the third one. And then I didn't understand the fourth one was.
Well, the third one is subject to reasonable restrictions, the right to wharf out to the navigable portion of the body of water. And so those reasonable restrictions include the Wharves and Weirs Act, for one, and also being subject to the public trust rights. So that third one is the right to wharf out. The fourth one is the right of free use of the water immediately adjoining the property for the transaction of business associated with wharves.
Okay.
So those are the riparian rights that the law court has expressed, which are long been subject to reasonable regulation to protect the public trust doctrine rights, fish, fowl, and navigate.
Okay, and then if I look at, not for you, Mark, but if I look at Exhibit C, the yellow line from Ridland property is not the kayaks, it's Ridland.
As I see it, that's one possible tack route for sailing. Now, could you have tacked differently and gone between the pier and the rock? Of course. Can you always tack in that direction? No. So I too am a sailor, my friend, and I started teaching when I was 16. And yes, you can do it, but does this pier, which closes off 50%, as I look at it here, because I see where the rocks are, as the tide starts to get tight and you're coming home, you are taking 50% of the opening in which to place your tack. And perhaps you'll get that right each time, but some of the time, you're gonna end up on the rocks. I see 125 feet. Is that a wrong distance?
No, hey, okay, let's not, we're not gonna be debating people.
I'm not
No.
debating, I'm asking.
We're
Yeah.
still on the
We're still.
abutter.
We're still on the, Bud, we're still on the abutters.
So, any rate, as far as I look at this exhibit, and this was more of what I thought was correct when I was looking at things, we'll have to find out a resolution to that.
Well, Mr. Ridlin is here, so,
So, that's my concern about the right to navigate. but
okay,
We'll go ahead.
good. No, I agree. Do you have something, Mary Beth?
So I'll just make a comment so we can all be muddling through this as we continue to hear from the residents, the butters, and the rest of the residents. But to John's point, I just keep going back to what Mark just took me through, and I'm looking at the diagrams, I'm seeing the water, I'm going through that. And then I look at the right to navigate. And I don't want an answer now, but what's in my head, and I'll just share, is that I'm not sure if the right to navigate means the right to tack or the right to motor out. So if I have a sailboat, can I say you need to motor out and then you sail? Where do we draw the line between rights of people? So
You don't have a motor.
Yeah, just to be clear, so the two prongs for the test, again, the one is not the right to navigate. The first one is whether the wharf or weir will pose an obstruction to navigation. That's the first thing that the board will need to consider. Does this wharf present an obstruction to navigation? The second one is whether it will result in injury to the rights of others, and which includes the right to navigate, which is a little bit redundant because the fish, fowl, and navigate. But I don't think anyone would argue that the statute is completely perfect. And as the courts have interpreted the statute over time, that they need to answer the question: what does the rights of others mean? And again, part of that is the public trust rights, which is fish, fowl, and navigate. Part of that is the riparian rights. So I think if that answers your question on sort of the navigation is not just the right to navigate. It's whether the wharf itself will pose an obstruction to navigation. And I can provide further guidance on what obstruction means and so forth when we get into deliberations and stuff, but
Okay,
I
that
think we
would be
want to,
helpful
yeah,
when
want
we
to
get into
keep
deliberation.
going.
Can I just try to address that real quickly? I mean, obviously, the Wharves and Weir Act is not designed to protect 1 foot of a wharf coming out in front of water frontage that you just kind of like go directly towards, I guess out of spite. It's to protect this type of scenario where it's actually across the entirety. That's what the Britton v. Donald case I was talking about was, where it came over 48 feet across the frontage. So this statute is always about balancing kind of the potential obstruction navigation against, what other rights exist. So your right to pick up on, it's not an absolute standard in that sense. And this is not a case involving an absolute, there's just a couple of feet coming across.
Okay, we done with the Ridlin?
Well, they would like to speak to the navigation.
And you are? Oh, sure. Yep.
We impose the 5 minutes.
This is
5 minute.
this is an abutter.
My name is Terry Ridlin Stevens.
You turn the mic, please, just so the people at home.
That's hard. My name is Terry Ridlin Stevens. The Ridlin family owns the property directly abutting the proposed pier. My father is a 9th-generation lobsterman and has spent 80 years of his life fishing out of Cape Porpoise. While we fully support the lobstering industry, we are opposed to this project. Since the approval from the DEP was granted, the town of Kennebunkport purchased a boat launch in the cove next to the Marine Railway. This launch allows for greater and much-needed water access. The use of the cove is changing, but these changes will benefit a large portion of the community. Approving any structure that sticks out into the tide-dependent channel that accesses the cove will create a hazard or a potential hazard. The commercial fishermen using the railway, the boaters launching and returning their boats, and the locals who utilize the cove to launch kayaks, sups, small boats, etc., will all be competing to use the channel during that same small window of tide, that 4-hour or the 3-hour window. Everyone wants that moment. We can't assume that only one boat at a time will be entering or exiting the channel. It will be busy and an active place, and we should not add any potential risks. We can't only look at a snapshot of the use of the cove today, but we need to look at it going forward. It's only going to get busier as more and more people move to town, more and more people get boats, usually things grow. There are very few options in this town for a public boat access. The cost to all the current and future townspeople using the cove should not be outweighed by the benefit to one person, especially when there is a more adequate pier close by. If this project is approved, my family will be blocked in the entire length of the harbor side of our property. So I do kayak, and I go near rocks, and I go near seaweed, and a kayak only draws about this much. So we all have our own technique. I would rather hit a rock than a float, and I definitely don't want to drive all the way out into the channel where all the boats are trying to use it in a kayak or on a sup, because it's dangerous. And there's not supposed to be a wake, but all of these people coming in and out, I'm not worried about the lobstermen because they know what they're doing, but day trippers, people new to boats, someone wants to use their brother's boat, they're not familiar with it, we need to be as safe as possible. So I do feel this is injurious to my right to get to open and direct water, because it is much safer for me to go along as I always have than to go directly out into traffic. I mean, it's just common sense. The Wharves and Weirs Act was established to protect the rights of waterfront property owners from navigational hazards and injuries to our rights. We would like to continue to use our property freely and safely as we have for generations, and we ask that you deny this proposal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anything else? No? Okay. Questions here? I have a list of people. Are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was next on the list.
No, I'm just going by the list that I was given. And so I've got, anybody here with Christopher Shannon Ellis? Who? Okay, then we've got Harold and Louise Mooney.
I can defer at this time simply because Sean
Do you want to, could you
A
please?
bunch. Go ahead, yeah, Harold.
Harold Mooney. Most people know me as Buzz, but I would like to defer at this time. I can speak, but where Sean represents both parties there, Gary Eaton, as well as the Ridland, I'd like him to come forward.
Okay, Gary, you're up then. Is there anybody here from Hutchins by any chance? No? So you're it. Victor or Jenny House? I'm sorry, I was just asking, that's all.
Victor died. First, just I want to address a couple of things. One were the squiggly lines for the kayak route, and also the 90-degree angles that were shown in the diagram, which Mr. Brown commented on. Obviously, whoever, I'll be like Trump here, not the podium. Whoever do that didn't know how to sail. I just want to let people know that my wife and I lived on a 59-foot sailboat in San Francisco for 3 years, sailed the boat through the Panama Canal, up to Maine, back and forth to the west coast of Florida 3 times. So I do know how to sail. Those were intended to be indicative routes. You sail at 90-degree angles. I don't know which way the wind's going to be blowing. One thing I do know is it's usually blowing the wrong way. But again, my name is Gary Eaton. I own the fish house at 46 Langford Road and our 4th-generation family home at 19 Langford Road. We've owned the fish house for 101 years, our home for 108 years. My great-grandfather was Elisha Noonan, brother of Captain Richard Noonan, for those who know the history of Kennebunkport. My great-great-grandfather was Payson Huff. My maternal great-grandmother was Carrie Huff. Seafaring families, they've been in this town a long time, since the early 1700s. My mother and Tom Bradbury's mother, some of you know Tom, are cousins, first cousins. My grandfather on the Eaton side emigrated from Nova Scotia to Cape Porpoise before World War I. He was a fisherman and became one of the larger lobster buyers in southern Maine. My father followed in his footsteps, so from 1923 until 1997, for 74 years, we bought lobsters in Cape Porpoise. We know our way around the waterfront. For 101 years, our family has enjoyed unencumbered access from the fish house across the intertidal to Cape Porpoise Harbor. And we now look at the potential of 132-foot, or whatever it is, dock float structure being built less than 150 feet directly in front of us, eclipsing not part, but the entire property. As other people have said, the Wharves and Weirs Act was created to protect people in the situation that Terry and I and others now find ourselves in, and again has been mentioned so many times, addresses two issues: obstruction to navigation and injury to rights. I think the hazard to navigation is pretty clear. Even the discussion we had up here about blasting or removal of the rocks, it became clear listening that this was a pretty precarious place to be parking a boat to begin with. It wasn't easy. It just doesn't seem like the right place. Regarding injury to rights, injury occurs when harm is done to one party by the act of another. It doesn't have to be physical, it doesn't have to be economic. It involves the worsening of one's situation, and our situation, if this pier is built, is worsened. So I want to look at the injury and also, at the same time, look at the alleged benefit. Now, I know some of you were at the walkthrough down at the fish house the other day. Alan was there, and Mr. Weston and John, and I guess perhaps all of you.
All of us were there.
I recorded Harold Brown's lecture to us on Monday at the site walk, and he informed us, and I think we've talked a little bit about this already. He performed a, quote, timestamp thing, unquote, using GPS and tide data. Using, quote, pure science, his words, there are only 4 days in the summer when a boat with a 5-foot draft could enter and tie up. I assumed this was used to indicate the fact that there would be minimal risk because the boat wouldn't be in there very, very often. But it speaks to how infrequently the pier is going to be used. And I am going to be penalized by having this and injured by having this thing in front of me for something that's hardly going to be used. The alleged benefactor of the pier, Julian Zook, described the pier that's in deep water, 1,300 feet away, available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, as, quote, by far the best and most state-of-the-art commercial fishing facility in southern Maine, and has more benefits to a fisherman than any harbor between Portland, Maine, and Gloucester, Massachusetts. The third thing is, when the variance wasn't granted, when the Azooks tried to change the setbacks, they themselves stated that if they didn't get the variance, the building was unusable for any commercial fishing purposes. The applicants themselves have demonstrated the pier is neither needed or has a real value. Their own consultant confirmed to all attending the walkthrough, again using high science, that its incredibly limited availability in the summer would fit on, as he said, the tip of a pin or something to that nature. Common sense says it's highly unfair to injure multi-generational adjacent landowners whose ability to sail, kayak, stand-up paddleboard, and access their own docks with larger watercraft will be severely harmed by something that is simply not needed nor justified.
Thank you. Questions for Gary?
No, I don't.
Okay. Harold, you still?
Again, Harold Mooney, Buzz.
Into the microphone, please.
Harold Mooney, Buzz. I'm sort of between the two. That is to say, I have Green Marine on my left and Gary Eaton on my right. I want to address something that is factual in nature, and that's dealing with the deeds. We have deeds that we work with, and That's what we rest our business down there. So previous conversations I've had with Bob Zook about this, basically, and I think he'll agree with me on this, we intersect. That is to say, as shown in his displays, I think it was the second display that had, the second exhibit, you have him coming to the ditch, the waterway. Well, not shown on there was the fact that my property line runs directly to the front of the cove, and we have access to the front of the cove by deed. By deed. So consequently, we intersect. We intersect with everybody there. I mean, when you think about it, you've got, though they're not represented here today, you've got the Hutchins, Ridlin, Zook, Gary. We all sort of intersect, with the exception of Gary and John. So to dumb this down, being a blue-collar guy myself, to dumb this down, I should be able to get in my kayak and choose any route I want in that water. Nobody owns the water. Nobody owns the water. However, if somebody wants to put a fixed object, structure, and impedes my ability to roam, kayak, swim in this area, it's wrong. It's wrong. Now, as history would have it, for decades now, Fred Eaton had a wholesale business, lobster business for decades, to my right. Had boats come in all the time. What does he have? He has a vertical ladder to a float. If I go to my left, John Green, same thing, has been running his business for decades. His boats come in all the time. What does he have? He has a vertical ladder to a float. That's what he has, as I do. So we all respected the fact that the water, granted we have an act, and I'm thankful for that act that we do have, but we were all respectful of our needs there. We all respected the rights to use the water. And I'm just saying that deeds make a difference in this, as far as I'm concerned, because my deed, I can go straight out to the front cove, front of the cove. Anything that obstructs me from doing that, I don't feel is right to have, and I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. So those are the abutters that we have, and now we can, do we have any question from the board?
Nope.
No?
I just have questions when we go for
Okay.
Mark
Okay, when we go.
later.
So then, if there are people in the public that would like to talk, you're welcome to talk. You have 5 minutes.
No, talk after the
I'm Bill Goodwin. I live at 26 Langsford Road. I'm not going to repeat what I said in my May 15th letter to you guys, which focused on the hazards to navigation of the proposed pier. I will only say that Marine Patrol Officer Alex Hebert and I are on the same page. As he said in his letter, which I attached to mine, quote, "It is my opinion that the construction of this would unreasonably interfere with other commercial activity and navigation." Given his position, his warning has to be taken seriously. And I hope mine, as a licensed Coast Guard captain with a 100-ton master certificate and decades of experience on the water, will be also. Over that period, I have cruised and chartered boats up and down the East Coast and all around the Caribbean. I've gone into a lot of tight quarters and narrow, shallow coves. And I can tell you that Cape Porpoise Cove is one of the most restrictive I have seen. Commercial vessels, like lobster boats, need 5 feet of water under them, or they will run aground. they are, quote, constrained by depth in Coast Guard language. Similarly, some of these vessels are sufficiently large as to be, quote, restricted in ability to maneuver in tight quarters. But enough of the technical stuff. Let me tell you a couple of stories about things I have seen in my years of boating and hope they will convince you that the pier is a dangerous proposition. As one Buzzards Bay fisherman once told me, never turn your back on Old Briny. What he meant is that the sea is always moving, always changing, and can surprise even the most experienced captains. I met one of these guys in the Caribbean who entered the same harbor countless times, but one day, with paying customers on board, he inexplicably ran up on the reef, and his hull was punctured. Fortunately, everybody got ashore safely. Another time, my wife and I were heading south through New York Harbor, and we overnighted in a marina where we were motoring out into open water in the morning. What we didn't realize is that the ferry boat dock was across from the path we were taking, our course going out, and it had its engine running to hold it against the pier. It's the water, its propeller was pushing out into our course, and it pushed our 60-foot, 25-ton sailboat suddenly 20 feet to the side. We crashed and scraped along the side of a mega yacht. The damage was considerable, but again, fortunately, no one got hurt. Then there was a time we were motoring on the Ohio River, where there was a lot of barge traffic. One weekend, a bunch of kids in small boats decided it would be fun to race alongside a barge, cutting across in front of it from time to time until one of the boats lost power. The barge captain threw it in reverse, managed to turn a little bit. It takes a while to turn those big things. Barely avoided running over the boat and the kids on board. What I'm trying to say here is that professional mariners, experienced sailors, and recreational boaters regularly get into this kind of trouble. And they aren't always as fortunate as that charter captain, my wife and I, and those reckless kids were. 6 people died when that container ship ran into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Washington. So if this proposed pier is built in a narrow, shallow cove with frequent commercial and recreational boat traffic, it is all too easy to imagine boats running aground, colliding with each other, or being swamped. There is likely to be property damage and potentially serious personal injury. I have 2 final observations. Just because something is legal doesn't mean it isn't dangerous. And with all the other entities that have given their approval for this project, has the Coast Guard been asked for theirs? Please do not expose the working and recreational boating community of our town to the risks that this pier represents. If you consider the strong winds, choppy waves, and dense fog often experienced in Cape Porpoise Harbor, and combine that with unavoidable human error, you really should not approve this proposed pier. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anybody else?
John?
John, is that a hand up? Is that a hand up?
John Green, owner of Langsford Lobster, 31 years. I have a question about what you consider an abutter. What is the definition of an abutter in the town?
In this case, it was people within 200 feet of the property.
Okay. From the corner of my wharf, not my boundary line, it's 217 feet to the corner of the Zook Cottage. That's not his property line coming out or the wharf. So, am I in a butter?
If I may weigh in, the
The
issue.
wharf comes out 133 feet that's proposed.
John, I can't answer your question because I didn't put the abutter list together. All I can tell you is what it said. So,
I was kind of surprised I'm not in a butter, tell you the truth.
well,
Pretend you are. What do you
There
have
you
to
are.
say?
it
The
looks
town
like,
may be in a butter now if you measure from the end of the Zook's property.
Well, we're surrounded
Is the,
with Zook property, so we're definitely in a butter. We're
The,
juxtaposed is the word.
this is I can show you how it was done. I mean,
I-
this was in the application, so.
So you consider
So is the
yourself in a butter.
application wrong? Because I'm not listed?
I don't know, it just says it's within the public notices that went out notifying of the hearing and the application did not include you. Now, why it didn't include you,
Yeah, why?
it's
Why?
the application process.
I probably have more traffic coming in and out of that cove than anybody. Now, that maybe not because the town owns the ramp. At one time, I ran that fish house for 21 years buying wholesale and had up to 30 boats coming and going. I don't now. But there's no saying that can't happen again. If I get young blood in there running it, I might have 30 boats again. Alan here is getting older and can't handle it, and so am I. But, you know, what if there is another 30 boats coming in and out of there every single day?
Yeah.
I still have enough tank capacity there to hold them. It's still commercial. And I think I'm on butter.
No.
It's a legal definition. I mean, it's a distance, man. You can't argue with the GPS.
Well, the property is showing as, I'm not going to get into it.
Okay.
All I can tell you is that's what was in the application.
All right, I wasn't on that application. Anyways, I think everybody's covered things. I'm not gonna just repeat what's already been said.
Okay.
I was just wondering why I'm not.
Well,
on the
how do you feel about it, though? And if people have said
Mm-hmm.
things on both sides of the aisle here, how do you feel?
Well,
Yeah, no.
okay. Okay.
I oppose it because I think the rights are going through there. I can navigate through there, and I'm sure most lobster boats can navigate through there. Does it cause a hazard? Does it cut it down? Yes. That's for you to decide.
Yeah.
I oppose it just for that reason. There's no problem for me navigating through there, or a lot of people, but there could be for others. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Is there anybody else? Yes.
Hi, I'm Glenn Oakley, and I live at 49 Rear Langsford Road. I am a full-time resident of the town, and my driveway looks directly across at the property in question. John, I'm one of those people that is not a professional boater, and I'm one of those people that has a sailboat, motorboat, canoes, and paddle boards. And I've used that pier, the ramp, for decades. And I can tell you, it is, as an amateur boater, of which this town will now have hundreds. For all 85 that you have going in, you got now another 85 coming out, the same people. It's going to be hundreds of people coming in and out. And as one of those amateur boaters, I can tell you it's not easy. And I can tell you that putting a sailboat in there, you know, it all depends on the wind and the tide. And you have no control over any of those things. And you have a window to get it in and out, but that's it. You're then at the mercy of the elements and nature. And it becomes very, very difficult. And in my opinion, it would be a very large threat to the safety of navigation of the participants, my kids, people that they're with, getting in and out of that. I know this is not the point to bring it up, and I won't talk about it, but I'm also concerned about parking and traffic and how the people that will get to the pier will park on the road, driving up traffic, driving up interference, driving up the inability of the people that live on that road and on Wood Road to get in and out. I'm concerned about trucks and lobster trucks being there for hours on end, and I'm concerned about what that would do to the quality of life of the people on that end of Langsford Road and Wood Road, because we should not forget about the people that go up and around that road. It also strikes me that the town has spent so much money buying a ramp. The state and the government spent so much money dredging the cove and building a new pier, that this is something that we really need to do. You know, with so much difficulty getting in and out, it just strikes me as a difficult thing to do. You know, at the same time, we're nominating 7 people to serve on a climate change. We're going to send jackhammers in. You know, I think the most, it sounds like the biggest hazard to navigation is to the Zooks themselves. You know, if they can't get the boats in and out because of the tide, it strikes me. I am opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Yes, hi, I'll be brief.
Oh, you got to come over to the,
Hi, I'm Mary Ann Sorge, and I live at 51 Langsford Road, and I'm a permanent resident. And I've been...
You have to speak up.
I'm
'cause
sorry.
They won't hear you at home.
you got to speak up into the
can't hear
microphone.
you either.
As loud as you can.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anyway, I am a...
shout in the mic.
Oh, okay. I live at 51 Langsford Road. My name's Mary Ann Sorge, and I am a resident, permanent resident. And I'm bringing this up just because I feel very strongly about the climate change issue. Last winter with the storms, I had 2 docks, and I had 4 boats, and I had a telephone pole, 60 foot, and a propane gas tank float up on my property. I live directly across from the Zook's beautiful fish house. I think it's beautiful. I'm an artist. I love to paint. I love looking at the fish house, but I'm very concerned about what will happen if we start jackhammering rock. And I have to say that all of this debris came in to the town property, and some of our neighbors, including myself, went out and cleaned it up. No one else was there. And I just wonder what's going to happen in the future when we start cluttering and start building more, wharfs or piers. And I just don't understand why we're just not using what we already have. And it's that beautiful commercial pier that's supposed to be undergoing some changes next year. I think we should be using that instead. So I vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom, Dave?
There are no hands raised?
No hands raised. Okay, so this concludes the participation part of the public hearing, I guess. You want to say? Yeah, sure.
Good evening. My name's Gene Libby. I'm an attorney in Kennebunk, and I represent the Zooks with respect to the fish house. The hardest thing we do in life is draw lines. When I was the district attorney in this county, I had to draw lines between people who got charged and who didn't get charged. People who went to state prison and who didn't go to state prison. The difficulty with this case for you folks is that you have 2 rights that you're protecting. The right of Julian Zook to wharf out on his property, which is recognized by the Wharf and Weir Act. The rights of the public to use the cove, and the rights of private users. And you have to balance all those rights. But somehow, I think we've lost focus that those same judgments, those same balances, those same decision points were made first by the Army Corps of Engineers, who determined that there was no unreasonable obstruction to navigation. And second, by the DEP, who also determined that there was no unreasonable obstruction to navigation. Now, if the definition of obstruction to navigation is the construction of a wharf, then any wharf is an obstruction to navigation. And we know that can't be true. So the balancing act here is to protect, as you should, the rights of the riparian owners and the rights of the public to continue to use that cove. Now, when the fish house was originally there was a wharf. This is not there was a wharf.
No, it wasn't.
Well, if you, go ahead. If you-
That's
what you believe.
That's what I believe. That's what I believe the stone riprap that is laying in that area is from.
What, is that that's your evidence, is the stone? You have no other evidence that there was a wharf there?
Well, not that I can cite you right now. I do have other evidence, but I don't have it at my fingertips, sir.
Well, you've got an awful lot of people who've been here for a lot of years that don't agree, but that's all right. Go ahead.
The Exhibit C that was presented to you, and I wanted to bring to your attention because of a number of questions by a member of the Select Board. This depiction is the original configuration as proposed to the Department of Environmental Protection. This configuration was shortened and does not represent, in fact, the plan that is before
It's the same length.
the board.
It's the same length.
So you're
It's
saying that
133 feet.
That's
No.
not a correct number, is what you're contending.
Yes. Yes, it's not the correct length, sir. I want to just step back at the issue with respect to the removal of the ledge.
Yeah.
And hopefully we're not simply misunderstanding each other. The removal of the ledge is to hopefully flatten out that area where the pier and the connecting movable portion of the pier is going to sit. It is not going to clear out the ledge such that it would be safe for Julian to shorten the wharf and bring his boat if we move back the float. The issue before you, as I think Attorney Bowers has indicated, is this plan. And there have been 2 reviews in depth over several years. And I don't mean to suggest that it substitutes for your judgment, but I do mean to suggest that it is a strong indication that a number of people have looked at this and have determined that there is no unreasonable obstruction to navigation. And there will be no unreasonable obstruction to navigation if the wharf is built as planned. There have been no complaints about the public rights to fish and fowl. The only issue before you that has been raised is the right to navigation. And the important point that I think the application makes is that that channel, which is 30 feet wide at its entrance from the harbor, is 94 feet wide as it passes the float. And for that reason, I am going to suggest to you that both the DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers concluded that it was not an unreasonable obstruction to navigation. Now, I heard Mr. Eaton talk about his injury. And what I took away from that was that he was not able to use the same routes or route that he sailed or kayaked before or if the wharf is constructed. But that is not injury under law, and I think Attorney Bowers will tell you that. There are no rights which are acquired either by the public or by private owners by the mere fact that a landowner has not wharfed out. The landowner has the right to wharf out, and it's up to agencies such as the DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers to make the initial determination, and it's up to you to make the final determination. There was a suggestion to you that the DEP was irrelevant. Well, that seems to me to be a ridiculous concept, because if the DEP didn't issue the permit, we wouldn't even be here. There are several gradations of protection for the public and the private. So when you look at this plan by Julian, my request is that you balance his right to use the fish house connected to a wharf and a pier, which he's going to use 12 months a year, not simply in the summer months. And it is that accommodation of both of those interests which make this a difficult decision. But I suggest to you that as a result of the careful review by two very qualified agencies, they've looked at this dispassionately and said it meets all of the technical requirements to conclude that it does not obstruct navigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we respond? Or?
Yes. No, you can't. John can, though.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have a couple. I'd like to respond, please, before you speak. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You know, indeed, just constructing a wharf doesn't constitute a barrier to navigation. The question is where you construct that wharf. So I hear that. Also, I get I'm a little, no, but so we're to be a rubber stamp to DEP and others. If they have agreed, then we should. No, clearly. But it might be inferred a little bit. Our job, as I see it, is to look at how it affects the people of our town, the public. DEP is looking at the technical, and I'm with you 100%. Mm-hmm. And that's what their job is. But now it comes to us. I'll accept their technical piece to the most part. You can argue about where this navigation comes, but it's really more, in my thinking, and I'm just speaking for me, in the personal injury to the right to navigate. That when you say that the tack that was shown, there's an alternative way to go. Mm-hmm. When one talks about sailing routes, you talk about an open area because you've got to react to the wind and to the tide. And when you have a barrier that's 30, if not 50%, depending on the tide, that across where you need to sail, you, in my opinion, are significantly affecting the right to navigate across what was once open water, however you draw a line or another line. So that's my thought to respond to you on that. I'd be curious if you had a response to that.
Well, most of the pier is over rocks, is over an obstruction.
And at the high tide, as we just said, I've got 5 feet of water there at high tide. I can have 6 feet of water over those rocks. That was navigable water by a 2-foot centerboard for a lot of the tide.
I know, but there is still navigable water outside.
Exactly, and if you're in a sailboat, you can't. I guess we have a little misunderstanding together.
No, I don't think we have a misunderstanding. I think it's simply a reflection of the balancing act that you have to make.
Let's speak to that, because that's very important. Because you do speak, and I think particularly, again, when I'm looking at this personally as a responsibility for the town, I have an individual who wishes to have this wharf to supplement a floating car he has in which he can drive his traps. It supplements a pier, which I think by all means is one of the best public piers on this coast of Maine to dry the traps. And yet he wishes to have his own personal area to dry the traps. That's wonderful. That's one individual. Then we've heard from 4 or 5 individuals that maintain that they are personally harmed by their right to navigate. And I can resonate. So I'm trying to balance 5 people who have their rights compromised with one individual who has so many alternatives but chooses to have this pier. It's a little bit of a difficult balance when you talk about balancing these issues.
Isn't that how I began?
Well, indeed, and I'm just supporting
But,
your contention.
The only dispute I have with that analysis is
Okay,
that
look, we're not in a debate. Let's deal with facts.
Those are facts.
Well,
You should allow him to
Ben?
respond, you should allow the attorney to respond, because he.
Okay. We'll allow the attorney to respond. Go ahead.
the only dispute I have is the weighing of those two rights. If Julian has the right to wharf out, and if the limitations on that right are whether or not there is an unreasonable obstruction to navigation, it's our contention that that 94 feet leaves a reasonable and safe area for navigation. You and I can disagree on that.
Exactly. That's where we are.
And I didn't, and I think I said specifically that the DEP and the Army Corps was not a substitute for your judgment, or we wouldn't be here. I merely suggested to you that there are 2 prior determinations that there was not an obstruction. And the injury that you speak of, I believe, I could be wrong, and you can look to your attorney, is not an injury recognized within the criteria that your attorney has outlined to you under the Wharf and Wares Act.
I thought I heard right to navigate? Yeah.
You did.
Okay.
You did hear right to navigate, but it doesn't mean a right to navigate in degradation of another person's right to wharf out.
But if it makes it less safe?
Well,
Now you're talking about the
isn't that a subjective judgment, sir?
To be less safe?
Right.
Rocks and boats don't go well together.
Right. That's why the pier is being built over the rocks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this isn't a question for you, this is just a comment. My concern is not the boats. My concern is for the kayakers, the paddleboarders, I see it all the time. I see the, whatever you call them, subs.
What's up?
And the kayaks, and they're weaving in and out of boats, and why nobody's gotten hurt to this point is beyond me. But you're expecting, or I guess you're expecting, that the kayakers and the sups now have to go into the area where the boats are in order to navigate out of this cove, which to me is very dangerous, and otherwise they would stick closer to the shore. So I'm, you know, that's my concern. And
No, Sandy, did you want to say something?
This is just for, I'm sorry, just for the board's clarification, big confusion in the drawing, excuse me. So the drawing that has been used to demonstrate where their
Can you
line is and all
speak in the
that-
mic?
I thought I was, sorry.
Yeah.
There you go.
Better?
Well, it
Yeah.
still comes back.
Better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Then flex my. So if you have your application packets, on page 61 is the proposal in the application for what's being proposed for a dock. On page 43, there's the old drawing, which that was modified after work with DEP and Army Corps. It was reduced by about 25 feet. And so the drawing that's presented to you in those exhibits uses the old drawing with that 25 feet. So actually, it's 25 feet shorter than what you're looking at in those exhibits. And that you can see on page 61 in the application. So I just wanted to clarify, because I knew there were questions about that by the board.
Okay.
Sandy, while you're on that point, if I could, the length of, I'm on page 61, the length of the whole wharf system is not included as a number on here. And the number that was discussed in the engineer's initial presentation, I just want to make sure I was clear on the math, because I think he'd said 8 feet plus 45 plus 20 plus 60, which I got to be 133 feet. And I just want to make sure for the record is clear what the actual length is, because I think DEP said 113 feet.
Okay, I'm actually going to let, if you don't mind, Bud respond to that.
And if there is a plan that we should be looking at that has the measurement, like the page 61, that would be helpful, so we can reference
Pretty sure I
that.
said 133 is correct, and that was done by survey.
Okay, so I'm looking at the DP.
Look at page 6.
Does that include 8 feet or of the platform?
Straight off the building.
Off the building or off the
Diagram on
platform?
page 6.
Off the building.
So it includes, so the 133 includes the 8 feet of the platform?
Yes, it does.
So that's 133 and that's 125 and 8. It's the 133.
Yeah.
Well, that
According to my
125,
math.
I don't know how he came up with that, to be honest.
Well, you subtract 8 from 130, you come up with 125.
Well, I'm not quite sure what his drawing is.
This is the drawing I'm looking at, Bud. It's on page 6. It says it's 133 feet. What I I always thought that this 20 feet was included in the 60.
It was.
No,
But
it's not.
It's
No, that's the ramp.
That's-
The 20 feet.
That's the ramp, and it slides up and down, yeah.
So it's 8
You gotta go plus
45, 53.
Yeah.
Plus
Plus 20, plus 60.
Plus 60.
That makes 73. Plus 60 makes
133. That's what we said.
Yeah.
That's what I said. It's right there. Yeah.
My confusion is that in the DP permit, it says that the total length of the pier system, including the elevated deck, will be approximately 113 feet. So I'm just wondering where the disconnect is between
Oh, wow.
DEP and the 133.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
That's why we.
Is there an answer for it?
I think,
Well,
I
the
think this is-
answer may well be,
Please, quiet.
the-
phrase, complimentary.
everybody, please let me, the answer may be that they did a typo because the drawing that I put in is the one that I just looked at with Mike. So
Yeah, but that
I don't have an answer for that because that's what I applied for. I applied for 133 feet, and that's what the survey shows, 133 feet with that shorter distance than what we did on the ground out there. I don't know what to tell.
I think the confusion may have come somewhere, because I was confused when I first looked at this, is that the ramp, the 20-foot ramp, the 60-foot line goes all the way to the beginning of the ramp. So if you look at the 60-foot, where you got that 60-foot float, it goes all the way to where the ramp begins. So somebody's added if that's 60 feet, the 20, but you just told me that the 20 feet is in addition to the 60 feet,
It
but
is.
it doesn't show that.
No, it
60
does.
Shows it here.
No, it does. It shows it.
there.
I think a typo is.
It definitely,
No, the 60-foot goes from here
Oh, to
here.
there.
To there.
Oh, yeah.
You see? So there's something really screwed up somewhere. I don't know what
And
it
this
is, but,
45.
yeah.
No, it's
No, 'cause they would've
133
looked
feet.
at, they would have looked.
That's,
Then this is wrong. This is wrong, because that says right there, 60 feet goes to there. That's what it says, 60 feet goes there. And this 20 feet is covered in that 60 feet. So, you see that?
I see what you, I do see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do we got, 113 or we got 133?
I think it's 113.
That 20 feet doesn't even belong there. I mean, you've got 60 feet the whole length.
I stand corrected. It's 113.
That would correct.
See, that's the way I added up the other day. And then
Thank-
you
yeah.
come out with 133, and I said, how the hell is that?
Yeah, we did, so it's 113.
Yeah, so that was the 20 feet.
What's that?
That was the 20 feet. They- That was the 20 feet.
We're not looking for anything. We're analyzing this application. So,
Oh, and actually, John, I can clarify something for you about whether or not you're in a butter. That's not my function. You go-
please, talk to me.
No, I'm sorry. We go to the website, and you click on the Zook property, and the town tells us who the abutters are. It's got nothing to do with the applicant. The town makes us do, that's it, and that's why.
We're good. We're good.
Okay, thanks. So we either got 113 or 133.
We're settled at 113.
Hopefully we have clarification, that's 113. I just wanted to make sure that.
I don't know what's
I-
right. This drawing is incorrect.
No, he just said.
No.
They said it was 113 because they, let me see if I got this right. Between your revisions and between your applications from the draft, you brought it back 20 feet. So the drawing that's in our book is 113, and that's your final answer.
That's my final answer. That's
You don't wanna
because,
call a friend.
because 20 feet of the float is still,
Yes,
is covered by the ramp.
it's under the ramp.
I just wanted to make sure that what you're analyzing is the same thing, that is in the
Thank you.
DEP analysis and everything else, so.
What did the DEP say?
113.
113.
Yeah,
Okay, that's,
so,
And
that's what I got.
okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I guess, sure.
Hi, I'm Linda Zook. I just wanted to address Sheila's concern about the paddleboarders. They're everywhere. They're on the
Oh, I
other side
know.
next to the pier. My son was witness to, a kayaker getting yanked. So they don't care. They'll go right over next to all those fishermen, every fisherman, all the boats, and
But my
so.
concern is the cove
Right, well,
and forcing those people to go into the area where the boats are.
there's still a lot less boats there than there is on the other side of the pier.
Yeah, but it's,
No, the 1 minute is the exposure to the boat traffic of Julian Zook. It's actually 40 seconds, but we're giving him a minute. There's going to be 1 minute of exposure.
that's not the point. That's not the
We're
point.
well, how does that pier, how does that system threaten paddleboarders?
It doesn't threaten.
Okay.
It forces them into an inlet. It forces them over where the boat traffic is.
Okay, your debate is with us.
Okay.
Your debate is not with Bud.
Okay.
Right now, they sit in between the channel markers going in.
No. Unless you want to, Okay. You have a question?
What was the final length of the pier?
113.
113.
113?
Yes.
It's final.
Well, if you want a copy tomorrow or something, we can give you a copy of it. Oh, it's on the website, Gary. Okay.
do have a question, though.
Yes, go ahead.
Quick one. When you measured the cones and put them out for our site walk, what distance did you use?
The wrong distance.
I was afraid of that.
That's why it was not so far out as
So it's 20 feet less.
Yeah.
correct. 20 feet less. In other words, we were like,
So,
we just,
so what you're saying now is Julian's boat is going to wind up on the rocks and not the mud?
no, no,
Because
no,
you-
no, no.
When you measured it the other day, now you're saying it's 20 feet less?
That's,
Well, if that's the case, you're going to be over the rocks.
the bow of the boat will be over the rocks. There's only, there, again, we looked at, we just did chunks of 25 feet, in, as close as we could with what I call my iometer. And so it was like 10 feet or so of mud. And then the rest of the boat is gonna be over the rocks, but it's gonna be the bow, not the running gear.
My point is, did you measure the other day 125 feet or 113 feet?
133.
No, as a
I mean,
matter of
130
fact, we measured 133. That's what I, right.
So,
No, from the edge of the house to where we put the outermost
Right.
things was 133
Right, it
feet.
should have been 113.
That's correct.
Right, I'm with you.
Yeah, that's,
well, there was only 10 feet of mud. So if you're coming back 20 feet,
It was 47 feet. And that's,
Well,
yeah.
where was the measurer? You took the tap of the tape. I thought I saw the measurer, the other side of the tape, was standing on the rocks, quite a ways in on the rocks, wasn't she?
Can you repeat the question?
The person who was reading the
Bob,
tape.
come up to the
The
mic,
other
please.
end of the tape, Bob. Who was holding it?
I think I was.
Thanks. Where were you standing?
Where they told me to?
And where did they tell you to stand?
she was at the edge of the building.
No.
No. Oh, is that, oh, then I missed that. I was probably running my mouth.
Okay, all right, we've got enough, We're good, we're good.
Well, that 40-foot mud, take off 10 feet, to 20 feet.
20
then.
feet.
Okay.
And
Can I just,
now you got 20
can I
feet.
just weigh in on where the 20 feet went?
Yeah,
I remember when we were designing it a little bit, and I didn't want the floats to float. I said, we gotta pin these things. We can't have chains and moorings in a floating float like most of the floats do. We need to pin it, so we put the 3 upright posts that are gonna hold the float slides. And then I said to Bud, we don't need the space between the end of the elevated pier and the float. Let's make the float 20 feet longer so we can hook it to the uprights of the elevated pier. So essentially, the usable amount of that float is still only 40-something feet, when you asked me to measure it, because the remaining amount of that float is under the ramp that comes down, and we did it to connect it to the rigid posts that'll be drilled to the ledge.
Yeah.
So in regards to the ledge, when I don't want to go too far with the jackhammering, we're not jackhammering, and I'm not going out there to jackhammer. We're just going to remove what is been placed, and we don't know why the rocks were all placed on that outcropping of ledge. There is a boulder of ledge there that is, we're not going to touch that with a jackhammer.
Yeah.
I could bring an excavator down there with a jackhammer. It's not going to break that ledge. We are removing the loose rock that has been placed on that outcropping of ledge. We don't know when it went there or why it went there. So we're just going to take the loose rock. We are not going to try to get any more depth by jackhammering. I have no intention of bringing a jackhammer down there. I mean, that might have been a thought of Bud's, but Bud doesn't have to lug it down there in the mud, and we really do not need to excavate or jackhammer the solid ledge that exists. Now, if there's one little pimple that might stick up and they're like, hey, can you bring a small one down there and just break that one loose because it's just going to stick up, and that's it. We aren't going out there to just start blasting in the cove. We're removing the loose ledge. It's 113 feet. It's 30 at the entrance, It's 90 where the paddle boarders go. You gotta remember, if the boat's 12-foot beam, 12-foot beam, 24 feet, two boats are passing. If they're 40 feet apart, 20 feet for each vessel, you still have 25 feet either side of navigable water. And on the side inland, away from the ocean, you still have more navigable water. We only gave you 90 feet of channel for boats. It doesn't mean the paddle boarders and the sea kayakers have got to get in there. They can go anywhere. They can travel in 6 inches of water, a foot of water.
But they still would have to go around.
They absolutely have
into
to
the-
go around the end of
into
what
where
we
the
would
boats
build,
are.
without a doubt. But I mean, I don't know how many kayakers and paddle boarders are going through. They're launching everywhere, and they're like buzzing around down in those
Oh, they're-
areas like flies.
They're everywhere.
But it's 113 feet. We're not jackhammering. We're gonna just remove what's loose.
So my question is, where the tape was the other day, is that accurate?
No.
So I guess I'm not gonna say yes or no, because I'm not sure. Bud was rattling off numbers. I was guilty of creating that visual, because I did say to Bud, we need to create a visual for this board to
It was
at
very
least
helpful.
see, at least see where this is, and it was the width. I mean, you gotta remember, we got down there, because we're fighting, we gotta deal with the tide.
Oh, I
We
know.
got down there, someone had placed another marker out there, so they must have been using a dimension similar to what we had, because there was a red buoy stuffed out there. That was a little bit further beyond. I could not stand here and answer the question, was that 113 feet or 133? Can't answer it.
Okay. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
I'd like to wrap up the public hearing, please. So anybody else? Anybody?
Gary.
I put the marker in that.
You have to go to the mic. You have to go to the mic.
John Green and I put the marker in that was being questioned, that was a little past where they were, and that was put in at 133 feet. We measured it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And I had John on the smart end of the measure, so it's right.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to wrap up the public hearing, and we'll go into deliberations. So have a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate everybody who was here. We don't know. We don't know.
Everybody leaves?
We don't. We really don't.
We deliberate alone?
Let's see what happens.
We deliberate in private? We don't.
Yeah, I'm happy to set this stage up. Everyone knows.
But the,
It's still open. Right? They all know that it's still, they just want to take off and watch the Celtics game probably.
no. Hey, Mike?
What's that?
Good for you. Good for you.
Okay.
Very bad was a question.
Oh, God.
Yes, but I'd like to do it in the back. Do we have to do it in the open?
Yep.
Where you going, Red?
Are we still on the record?
Hi, Gary.
Are we on break or?
I'm gonna put in for a walk right alongside his. Back, gonna throw a can of worms.
We're still in
Does I have
session.
a right?
We're still in session.
And then Hutchins is gonna put a walk out there.
Gary, we're
So
still
you're
in
gonna have
session.
60 feet of walk. That all right?
Gary. Gary, come on, Gary.
I should have said something, but I'm not gonna build a wall.
Maybe your
Somebody
daughter
might.
will.
Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
So, I wanted to talk about this. I wanted input. Did you see that?
I still think it's,
Are we still in open session or are we taking a recess? Do you want to take a recess?
Yeah.
Take a recess. Let's take a 10-minute recess.
Good idea.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
10-minute recess till 9:30. I'm going to have Mark, give us the guidance again on navigation
Okay.
first.
Yeah, so I guess my advice as you go through your deliberations and decision-making process is to break it into two parts, so that the reasoning and the rationale doesn't get, muddled between the two issues. Because like I said before, the two issues are, one, these are the questions you're going to ask yourself as the board. Will the proposed wharf be an obstruction to navigation based on the evidence presented to the select board? That's the words from the statute. There is no unreasonable obstruction. There's no other modifiers. The language from the statute is, will the proposed wharf be an obstruction to navigation based on the evidence presented to the select board? The second question is, will the proposed wharf be an injury to the rights of others based on the evidence presented to the select board? So for each of those two issues, as you're doing your deliberations, what I'm going to need you to do as the scrivener here and preparing the written decision is, for whichever way you're going on each of those issues, to discuss the evidence that you found to be credible to support that conclusion. So what, either from the application or from the comments that you received, the written comment that was received in advance of the hearing, the oral comments that were received tonight at the hearing. I'll need to know, and the board will need to, as part of its decision-making process, sort of express that out loud so that it's clear what the rationale for the decision is. So I think that's my advice would be to take them, one at a time, so that you're having a motion on the first one on navigation, on whether it's an obstruction in navigation, a second, and then discussion on that, and the discussion would be your deliberations. Motion on the second with the injury to the rights of others, and second, and discussion on that one. And then as you go and during your deliberations, if you have questions for me on some of the points, then then that can be part of the discussion as you go.
Where does the issue of the first navigation, the second, the component of injury to others that has to do with the right to navigate, where's the tension between those two?
Yeah, well, so remember that the right to fish, fowl, and navigate relates to the intertidal zone, right?
That's where we are.
The intertidal zone so the right to the obstruction to navigation, the first piece of the statute, is broader than that. It goes, it's whether there's an obstruction to navigation generally, navigable waters, it's a little bit broader than sort of looking at this piece of land. Does the wharf provide an obstruction to an injury to the right to fish, fowl, and navigate?
Yeah, and I would contend that's the difference between what DEP and the marine folks, they're looking at navigation per se, where we might choose to look at a personal injury through their personal right to navigate. And
yeah,
there's a difference there.
I think you're right so DEP is not looking at the so-called
That's why there's a wharf and weirs.
Public trust doctrine,
exactly,
right? So, in some ways, you can see why there is overlapping, jurisdiction, because the issues are slightly different. The Wharves and Weirs Act has the navigational component, but it also has whether there's injury to the rights of others. That's both the public trust doctrine rights and also the riparian owner's rights that we talked about before. So those, I'm not sure, were what the DEP was looking at when they were reaching their conclusion, but you have your own statutory standard. You don't really need to worry as much about what they were looking at, except to the extent that it's informative to you that DEP and DMR have looked at the issue of navigation.
Thank you.
So let's
just one question.
go ahead.
Mark, were you going to give us any more clarification on obstruction?
I'm sorry? On what?
Obstruction.
Oh, yeah. I was going to, because of the fact that it's not, the term obstruction is not defined in the statute, I was going to provide, you know, sort of the statutory interpretation is then to look to the plain language of it and sort of how is that term typically used, and then and what courts often do when for that is to look to what dictionary definitions are. So I looked to the Black's Law Dictionary, which is sort of the, you know, where lawyers look to for definitions, and I can provide sort of what it may be helpful to hear what the term obstruct has defined there. And so in Black's Law Dictionary, obstruct is to hinder or prevent from progress, check, stop, also to retard the progress of, make accomplishment of difficult and slow, to be or come in the way of, or to cut off the sight of an object, to block up, to interpose obstacles, to render impassable, to fill with barriers or impediments, as to obstruct a road or way, to impede, to interpose impediments, to the hindrance or frustration of some act or service, as to obstruct an officer in the execution of his duty. So that's kind of like a broad, like a general definition of obstruct, because obviously obstruct is used in a number of contexts within the law. But Black's also has one on navigable waters. So it says, as applied to navigable waters, to obstruct them is to impose such pediments in the way of free and open navigation that vessels are thereby prevented from going where ordinarily they have a right to go, or where they may find it necessary to go in their maneuvers. And that's the quote from the dictionary. And then it also contains a definition of obstruction to navigation, and that is, quote, any unnecessary interference with the free movement of vessels. So that's sort of, you know, what I thought was sort of the relevant pieces from, at least from Black's Law Dictionary, that that has some input on what obstruct means, and especially with relation to navigable waters as well.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep.
We got 20 minutes. How do we want to do this?
Well, first of all, let's go with navigation. Let's do the first one.
Good.
Navigation. And go down and Sheila, how do you feel about navigation? What do you cite? And
My concern. Oh, the mics. Jeez, you'd think I'd know by now. Having seen people who are in kayaks, who are on the paddle things, when the tide is going out, and if there's a wind, and they're trying to bring the unmotorized items back into the cove, to me, it's very hard for them to navigate. And if they're coming into the cove and having to go around this way because of the dock and then come into the cove, I think is a hardship.
And again, as you're going through, if you could point to some evidence. So a decision from the select board, just like a planning board decision or anything else, has to be supported by evidence in the record. And so, okay, just as a reminder.
Ms. Ridlin, I don't know your married name, Ms. Ridlin mentioned it in her letter that said that she oftentimes goes out and navigates like that.
Okay.
Without a motor.
And you have your own personal experience.
And I've had personal experiences, yeah.
okay, Alan?
I don't think, under navigation, I really don't think that it does pose that. I think that they can get around. It's not, you know, we have the channel's wide open. I just don't see, listening to the attorney for Bob Zook, I just don't see that, you know, they have a choice. They can't be stopped because they can go around it. I just don't feel as though that the navigation part is going to impede them.
Okay.
That's me.
John?
I have an issue that's similar to what Sheila mentioned, whether I put it under navigation or, I think it fits better. Again, I'm willing to accept possibly one could make an argument from the DE standpoint that if you have a power vessel, you can perhaps easily go around it.
Right.
So I guess I see where Alan's saying, so I want to defer. I would not put an objection directly on specifically navigation. It's a navigation issue I have, but I'm going to put it more under the personal rights.
Mary Beth?
So, in listening to everything, and then I know we're weighing in, so my thought and my comments are based on weighing everything in, including the DMR report and the DEP report, plus abutters and other general comments from residents. I think the navigation part of it, where I'm having trouble is that there still is navigable waters. And so I don't think, and then it goes back to then who has the rights. And I believe from the Wharf and Weir part, that Julian Zook has the right to peer out because there still is navigable waters to go around.
Okay. So I'm listening to all of the people who live there. And I've listened to Gary, I've listened to John who works there and so forth, and all the letters we've gotten of people and so forth. And I agree with them that it's an impediment to navigation, because I've been in that area and I know the area pretty well, and but I'm motorized, and I just can't imagine being in there, having a bigger boat going in there and trying to turn maneuver and so, or a sailboat with unmotorized sailboat. I'm not a sailor, but John is, and I just think that the evidence that has been given to us from the people who live there and the people who use it and so forth and seen for years, I think it's an impediment to navigation. I think it changes the whole nature of the navigation in the harbor.
So what does, so the DMR, so this is where I get a little caught up. The first DMR report or the draft letter came in, and then it went back, and from the draft, and they brought the pier back 20 feet. And then we got into the navigable water. So that's where I'm struggling. On one hand, we have, and I'm sort of where John is. If I'm looking at this as the first obstruction of navigation, just that, you still have the capability to exit the cove. It doesn't mean it's cut off completely. It doesn't mean that it's easier. It just means that there has to be a different path.
But it makes it more difficult.
It makes it more difficult, and that's where I'm with John when you slide down to the next view for injury to others.
Okay, so
I guess, let me just I do find there is an issue to navigation. So I don't want to go on the record saying that I didn't think there was an issue to navigation. I'm going to make my argument under the personal right to navigate. But I think there is an issue to navigation.
So,
and I'm citing Eaton's testimony, also through the lawyer, also John Green's testimony, looking through the past as well as into the future.
okay.
And I think my comment was probably more under the injury to the rights of others, as far as the
Yeah, but that's on the.
I think we have to be using our mics.
It's the other one.
Right. We haven't got there yet.
Talk in the mics,
Okay.
talk in the mics,
What's
talk in the mics.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Sorry about that. So what do you want?
I don't want anything.
Oh, okay. So now,
So is there sort of
So-
a straw vote on the first one?
the first straw vote would be, well, Sheila, you changed.
Well,
Is that right? On navigation?
But part of that, when you're on the water, you're navigating. Is that right? So even if you're on a paddleboard or on a kayak, you're still navigating.
Correct.
And so I'm with John.
That's not what the issue is, though. The issue is there an impediment to
Yes.
navigation?
Yeah, obstruction to navigation.
Obstruction to navigation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No.
You're saying there is an obstruction?
He's saying no.
I'm saying no obstruction.
Okay,
I'm
he's saying
saying
no.
yes.
You're saying yes, okay. And Alan's saying no. And John is saying yes.
Yes.
And I'm saying yes.
Don't forget Mary Beth.
Mary Beth already said no.
Oh, she did?
Unless you.
We're just not going to
I
repeat
didn't
it.
hear her.
So am I counting 3
So
to
the
2?
straw vote is 3 yes, 2 no.
3 yes, that it would
It
be an
would-
obstruction of navigation. Okay.
Obstruction of navigation, yes. So now we come to injury. And I'm gotta have you repeat that again.
Sure. So the issue on the second piece of it is the way that I sort of framed it as a question, will the proposed wharf be an injury to the rights of others? Injury to the rights of others, the phrase has been interpreted to both include the public rights, the public trust doctrine rights, fishing, fouling, and navigating. I think, an example that I guess I could use would be if there were clam flats, in this area and the wharf were to go across and completely block, an area that had been used for clamming or something, that would be, an example of injury to the rights of others under the public trust doctrine rights. Separate from those rights, there's what I had cited before from the law court cases that says that the common law provides owners of land abutting a body of water certain rights or privileges different from those generally belonging to the public. So the first rights, the fish, fowl, and navigate are general rights that any member of the public has to use the intertidal zone. The second group of private rights are the rights to have water remain in the place and retain as nearly as possible its natural character, the right of access to the water. 3, subject to reasonable restrictions, the right to wharf out to the navigable portion of the body of water. And 4, the right of free use of the water immediately adjoining the property for the transaction of business associated with wharves. So those are the 4 the sort of riparian owner rights that go along with the public rights that the law court has talked about for this prong of what the injury to rights of others are.
Okay. Good.
So, Mark, a clarification on that. The right for the riparian rights, the right to wharf out, that is for the abutters.
Someone who abuts a body of water has that as a right of theirs, including, the applicant, as was mentioned. There is the right to wharf out if you are a riparian owner, subject to reasonable restrictions, as the law court said. The reasonable restrictions being that you're not obstructing navigation, you're not impairing, or you're not injuring the rights to others. So those rights attach to owners of land that abuts water bodies. And so that's why it's sort of a subset. It's not the public trust rights. It's a subset of rights.
So,
Sheila.
you can.
I think my complaint, or whatever you call it, falls into this category as well.
Mike?
Microphone, yeah? Talk to the microphone.
Kate said it.
Falls into this category as well. the fact that you're causing, I don't like the term injury, but causing injury to the rights of others in that you're inhibiting the rights of others to use that path. I guess I get nervous with the fact that a lot of young people who don't really know the tides and don't know the winds, and when you're coming in and the tide is going out, it can be very difficult. And if you're having a hard time maneuvering because you're not in any motorized vehicle, it makes it twice as hard, 10 times harder. And if you can find an easy way of coming in, to me, it causes a problem.
So are you saying that, just to clarify, you're saying that, so the injury to the right to navigate is caused by the
Non-motorized vehicles.
by the safety issue? So the safety issue sort of is an injury to the right to navigate because of,
Yeah.
okay, because it
And I
becomes,
have a problem with trying to force non-motorized vehicles into the path of motorized boats.
and what's the, again, the sort of evidence that you're looking to
Well, I've
support
seen it
that?
myself. I mean, I've seen it. But again, I'll refer to Robin's comments.
Alan?
Boy, I've listened to a lot tonight, and I spent 5 hours today just on this, all afternoon. And I feel that they're not causing a lot of pain and discomfort to the abutters. I know that he has a right to have a war, and they have a right to enjoy peace and tranquility. I'm 50-50 on that. I just can't decide on how I just can't come to a conclusion on it. I feel bad for these people because it is gonna interfere, and I feel equally as bad that they're not gonna get a war, because he is a commercial fisherman.
I'm like a 60-40.
He is a commercial fisherman, and and I come from a commercial family. So, but I get what they're saying. I just can't come to a conclusion on it. Sorry.
John?
So as I look at this, it's a small cove. Porpoise Cove is a small contained area surrounded by rock on all sides, a narrow mouth going out to the harbor. There are at least 6 families that own property on this small cove who have traditionally used it for navigating unpowered and powered craft. There is a commercial entity in the cove. There is a public boat launch. There is the Langsford, I guess I mentioned the commercial industry there, a company there. This particular wharf is perpendicular to the mouth of to the opening to the harbor. It, in my opinion, compromises the ability for one to navigate in the open waters of a very tight cove and a very tight area. If it were more like Mr. Moody's suggestion of a vertical dock with a float, that I could see being much more palatable. But when it sticks out 113 feet into the harbor, I feel, as does the Eaton's lawyers and others, that it is providing an injury to the other 6 or so families to have the right to open navigation in a very tight space. So I find I would not approve it.
Mary Beth?
I'll pass. No, just joking. Was that an option? So, again, I go back to, it's in front of us because the DEP and the DMR had passed it. The application's in front. We walked out and saw it. So now we're at the riparian rights. And if I just go down the 4, water still remains in place. The butters still have the access to water. Number 3, they have the right to wharf still, and most of them have. And they still have the right of free use of their property. So I think the arguments I've heard have been, for me personally, a trade-off of rights. So does a fisher lobsterman have more or less rights than a paddleboater or a non-motorized vehicle or watercraft? And that's where I have a hard time, because things have evolved since the Wharf and Weir Act. What was it, 1647?
1887 was when it was
1887.
passed, yeah. Doesn't go quite back to
There
that
was
far.
something from 1647 that we went through, yeah.
Oh, you may be thinking of the colonial ordinance that
Yeah,
went way back,
yeah.
yeah.
So I think that's where I'm struggling with. So again, everyone that spoke this evening has valid points, and I'm very empathetic for everything that everyone stated. But I am literally stuck between, and Mark, any guidance, between the rights of somebody that has the right to wharf out and then the rights of somebody that wants to access the channel on a non-motorized, because that's where the problem is. And I don't know how to change the rights of those two, the trade-off of those two people.
Could I suggest that you might want to say, are there alternatives? So when I would look at this, what is the alternative for each of the two groups of folks? Once that pier is there is no alternative to having open water in which to navigate. Without the pier, there is a commercial pier at Cape Porpoise. There are floating lobster cars. There are plenty of options if one's looking to dry traps and other activities. So that's what kind of tips it in my thinking.
Yeah, I think for me, it's, yes, everything you said is true, but it's the right for somebody to have traps at a working pier that's not theirs. And so this is a personal right that somebody owns property and in Maine has the right to wharf out. That's where I trip. And then if you say about other options, I'm looking at this landmass that the town of Kennebunkport owns, and there's an awful lot of points that people with non-motorized watercrafts can drop in, not sailboats. But no, not for the owners. But, well, no, in general, people have talked a lot about the massive amounts of paddleboarders, and, I was just addressing that in general when you said, options. So, yeah, so I think that's, I'm not for taking away rights. And just as the last lawyer spoke to us, this is really where bubbles down to.
Yeah, and I'm thankful that I don't have to make this decision. But what I will say is that the statute is clear that it's not really, I understand that you're taking into account the various interests and the various, the rights of the various people, but the statute is clear that you're looking at the proposal itself. Is that proposal an obstruction of navigation, and does that proposal injure the rights of others? Regardless of whether the proposal would provide, carry out some right what that owner has. Because I think when the law court says, on the riparian rights issue, subject to reasonable restrictions, the right to wharf out to the navigable portion of the body of water, that's really what it's talking about, is it's really probably looking back to the Wharves and Weirs Act, subject to making sure that you're not injuring the rights of others, you have the right to wharf out. But there's not the law court and the courts have not sort of set up a balancing test or like any sort of analysis in that way that you're supposed to weigh one right over the other and that kind of thing. It's more straightforward than that. You're looking at the application that's before you, and you're answering two questions. One, does it obstruct navigation? And two, does it injure the rights of others? And if you think about it, if you look at it that way, maybe that helps, maybe it doesn't, but that's the way I would approach it, I guess, is trying to answer those two questions with regard to the application that's before you tonight.
Well, I agree with John. I've taken a look at it, and I say, it's the people who live in that area and lived there for a long time. You take the Ridland property and so forth, that's too close to that. The Gary Eaton's showing the deeds and so forth, where I don't know if those deeds are accurate, but I can read the tea leaves there and so forth, say, hey, yeah, there's a lot of lines intersecting there, and I think any of those lines that are intersecting that hits anybody in that area is injuring their rights. So I'd go along with John, same. So I believe that's the case.
So do we take a vote?
So just on the injuring of rights, the injuring of a right to navigate, I think the way that that John put it was compromises the ability of one to navigate in open waters in a tight area.
They're very tight.
And so the evidence that you're looking to, I guess I'll ask you, Mike, is it the the plan itself, the configuration, is it the testimony that you heard, just that kind of thing, just the...
It is. It was, we heard from a lot of people, and we've heard from both sides, and I really think that the testimony, I also think that the facts of the matter show that the people in that area are being injured, especially on the really tight quarters in there. I do. I think this is just going to make it worse.
I do want to address one thing, because I think one of the points that was raised by the applicant was that just looking at the proposed wharf and where the rocks are, I think one of the points that was raised was that it's going over an area that's currently not navigable. And I just wanted to see what everybody's reaction was to that.
Not all of it.
Not all of it. The kayaks and everything go there.
I'm not arguing one way there. I'm just playing devil's advocate, trying to put out there, something, that to address in a decision would be, this is an argument that they raise that it's going over rocks that are, currently.
It depends on the tide.
Okay.
So certainly at a king tide, it's very navigable. At an average tide, at least half of it is navigable, if not more.
Yeah.
I would say even more.
And then I think the other thing I would just sort of address, I think you've already kind of addressed this, I just wanted to throw it out there. you do have in the packet, obviously, the, DEP's analysis. I'm not entirely, I mean, you have DMR's analysis for sure. I think that was provided tonight. It may have been in the packet already, but it's been admitted again, from 2021, I think. Wasn't entirely clear to me where, the Army Corps' analysis on this was, and we can talk about that, but I think it would be helpful to sort of just respond to that, because that was one of the arguments from the applicant is
We don't have to respond to that.
I'm just throwing it out there, sort of as what is your feeling about the fact that other agencies have weighed in and determined on the navigation issue?
My thinking was, I think it was brought up by the applicant's lawyer that those assessments are very technically driven. I would assume, I would think that one of the reasons for wharf and weirs is that you get a public, community, local perspective on what's being discussed. You talk about, how the water is being used, how it's been traditionally used, and I think that's, to me, one of the big differences. So I don't. So that's and I'm curious, why isn't the Coast Guard? Why doesn't the Coast Guard weigh in on something like this?
I can't. I don't have an answer to that question. Obviously DEP has a role because it's a NERPA permit. Army Corps has regulation over navigable waters. So yeah, I mean, Coast Guard is more of a arms branch of the armed services. And that may be why. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess so is the Army. So
they're more of a safety-oriented group. I always assumed.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter, what they need and what they have obtained is just DEP and Army Corps. Yeah.
I've been involved with the DEP and the Army Corps of Engineer in a number of projects over the years, and I can tell you that the words that Bud used, technical, is right. There's not a lot of empathy in there for people who are actually living the experience. And I can tell you that a couple of times, you can have a knockdown, blowout fight with them sometimes about arguing, and I've done that. And right here in Kennebunkport. And there's it's a sense of strictly adhering towards, well, technically it works, and technically this works, and technically that works, and so forth. But when you get down to it, they forget about the people, and that's where I'm coming from. That's the difference, and it happened right here in the grist mill. It happened a number of different things here in town, and it just it's just the way it is.
Yeah, and I want to be clear that you certainly have concurrent jurisdiction. The DEP's NERPA permit is a completely different proceeding than what's before you, and there is no, whereas sometimes there's the idea of deference to an agency. That's when you're in sort of the same proceeding, right? And you can certainly come to a different conclusion than these other agencies. I didn't want to suggest that. I just wanted to raise the point because that was that was a forceful thing that the applicant was raising. I just wanted to make sure I understood what your response to that was.
Okay.
Good.
So I have something I want to say.
You got to talk in the mic.
Talk to the mic.
I have something I want to talk about. The only other issue that I had with this, with Robin Riddlin, Stevens? Terry. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't like it.
All right. She did bring up a lot of different points of view. And, I'm weighing everything, and it's been difficult.
Yeah, it is difficult.
It's a difficult situation, because I care for both parties. And she did make a lot of good comments, and I think probably it does lean towards they're not being able to use the cove like they would like to, or how they have in the past. but I'm not very happy about this tonight. I can tell you that right now.
Well, I feel the same
Me
way.
too.
I mean, we know all these people, and it's hard to play one against the other, but you have to make a decision.
This tonight has been harder on me than the beach,
Wow.
for me.
What do you think about the rest of us?
Yeah, no, I agree, but I don't mind telling you how I feel. It's tough. It's a tough
It
one.
is, it really is, you know, but that's why they pay you the big bucks.
I know, yeah.
I must have missed that
give it all-
paycheck.
I give it all back.
Or two.
I have a lot of empathy for, you know, I've always liked the Zooks, Bob Zook, I've always liked Bob Zook.
Mike.
Oh, I've always liked Bob Zook. Matter of fact, I'm one of the people that, when Bob built his, the fish house, I was one of the, boathouse. I was one of the people who wrote a letter to the newspaper supporting him because everybody was screaming about the view and so forth. And I get that too. But I looked at what he did and I said, you know, the fish house, or the house, let's just say, boathouse, that was within his rights. I mean, and so I wrote a letter supporting him. And so when you get into a situation like this, it's very difficult. But that's what they want us to do. We have to make a decision.
I just have one other question. So there was some talk about the site walk. The site walk is obviously part of this proceeding. It's part of the evidence in the record. I wanted to ask whether was there anything from that site walk that played into your decision? Did that have, and the answer could be no, but I just wanted to know whether that should work its way into the decision at all.
It did for me in terms of the ledge. It did, I'm still from Missouri on how much rock you're going to be able to move before you get to solid granite. So that's, that was just my concern, one thing I took away from the sidewalk.
Anything else?
The only thing that I was, when we got done with the site walk, when I was walking back to my car, at the site walk, a number of people said, I think it was Gary Eaton, invited people to go take a look at the perspective of the pier, of where the cones were that were out there versus the sight lines and so forth. I didn't do that, but I walked up Langsford Road and stood by my car, and I could look out there, and I could see that where we were on the site walk didn't quite give the real 100% perspective of what was how it was going to impact the cove. And when I saw that and looked at it, I was convinced it was going to be a problem. To the people who were living there, anyway. So, yeah, what's the next step?
So I think you've kind of, I assume, sort of taken a straw vote on the second one.
Yeah, I've got the same, 3-2.
3-2, okay. So the next step is to actually take a vote on both of the standards from the statute. And then the statute has a 10-day timeframe for issuing a written decision to the applicant and all interested parties. So we just I'll need some time to put together your decision and have you come back in public and adopt and to go through it and make sure that that's your decision and that's your reasoning and that kind of thing. So I think the way to proceed that I would recommend is to vote on each of the two. You've already sort of done a straw vote, but actually do a motion, a second, and a vote on those. And then a motion on the ultimate question of whether to grant or deny the license application. And then I don't know, Lori, whether you want to set the next meeting now or if we'll set that later and notice it. But Yeah. Because
Okay.
it's gotta be within 10 days of the vote, so.
So make a motion.
So make a motion. Somebody? John?
So the-
Navigation first.
Navigation.
The navigation first, and so, so the motion then is, so in essence, I would make a motion that we would deny the permission for the application based on navigation. Is that?
I would just on the first question, I would do a motion if you're on one of the three. I would move that the proposed application would be an obstruction to navigation. Stop there, have a second, see what I'm saying? So have the motion on each of the two prongs of the statute, yeah.
Yeah, then my motion is that the proposed application would be an obstruction to navigation.
And I second that.
And so now we take a vote.
Take a vote.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've already had your discussion in your deliberations, so I think you just.
All those in favor? 3-2. Ask for what?
Opposed. Those opposed.
Oh, those opposed. Yeah. 3-2. Sorry, yeah. It's getting late.
Oh, we're after 10. Whoa.
It's getting late.
Then I'll make a second motion that the proposed pier would infringe upon public rights, would cause public injury. Is that how I should?
Want me to just reiterate? So the second piece of it is whether the wharf would be an injury to the rights of others.
I propose that the wharf would be an injury to the rights of others.
Second.
All those in favor? 3. All those opposed? 2. 3-2.
Okay, and then finally, a vote, motion to either, well, I guess at this point, to deny the application.
Motion to deny the application.
Second.
I mean, a second? Okay, all those in favor? 3. All those opposed? 2. Okay, 3-2.
And then I think the last motion that I usually request is a motion to direct the board's attorney to prepare a written decision, so that I have authority to go ahead and do that.
Make a motion to direct our attorney to write the opinion.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, 5-0.
Okay, then look at dates.
10 working days?
10 calendar days from now. Don't count today, right, yeah, so.
So I have 10, which is Sunday, June 2nd.
You okay, Alan?
What, June 2nd? Sunday?
So it would fall,
The last day.
it would fall to the Monday as being the last day to meet, but
So you could meet on the 31st.
No, I know. It's just
that's a Friday, but sure.
I think it-
Whatever you want. 30th would be 7 days, obviously.
Hey, folks, listen up.
Alan.
So we're looking for a date within that 10-day window. The board could meet. Or you don't have a mic. I don't think.
Oh,
So are we looking at, we could do May 31st, which is Friday? Our attorney thinks you could go to Monday, June 3rd.
the 10th day, so the 10th day is a Sunday. Typically, the rule is that it falls to the next working day.
Well, probably the 31st, just in case there's any glitch.
So 31st
Not me.
is difficult for me.
I'm in Boston.
Oh, you're in Boston.
2 days.
John can't do the 31st.
All right.
Okay, so what date can you do?
I can't do the 30th or the 31st, but
And what was the other option?
The 3rd,
The 3rd is the last
June.
option?
30th?
the 3rd?
The
Oh, wait,
3rd
no.
of June.
I can do
I
the
can do
3rd
the
of
3rd.
June, as long as it's after 10 a.m.
I can do the 3rd.
Can people do the 3rd of June?
I can.
It's a Monday. Yep.
All right, what
So
time?
what do we do? We meet?
Do you want to do 6 o'clock?
Oh, not at night.
Can we do it during
Can
the
we
day?
do it during the day?
Does it have to be at night?
It's your decision. It is your meeting.
4 o'clock. How long do you think it's gonna take? What's your experience, Mark? How long is it gonna take?
To adopt the decision, I mean, I typically, like to read it into the record
You
and,
don't have to tell me what you're gonna do. How long is it gonna take?
I would say 30 minutes.
Okay, so
roughly.
an hour would be
Yeah,
good?
30 to 45 minutes, I would think, yeah.
So a 4 to 5 would work?
Yeah.
Good.
We meeting here, Lori?
What's the date? What's
I was
the,
just wondering what's on the calendar for that
what
day.
day is it?
June 3rd?
I know.
Monday. June 3rd.
7 PM on Monday, 3rd.
So we're good at 4. Yeah, you and me here.
That's a public meeting?
Yes.
June
Yep.
3rd
June 3rd,
at 4.
yes. So you're making a motion to meet June 3rd at 4.
I'd like to make a motion that we meet June 3rd at 4 o'clock to review the decision.
Second.
All those in favor?
Hey, wait, we're not finished with the meeting yet.
No,
No.
no. All right, so there's that.
So,
So are we done with you?
I think you're done with me.
okay, other
But we will
business,
see you on June
But we'll
3rd.
see you will see me on June 3rd.
other business.
Other business.
Mary
No,
Beth?
going home?
Mary Beth, other business?
Nope, I'm all set, thank you.
And
All set, I'm all set.
I'm all set.
I'm all set.
I'm not. So I wanted to make you aware that Maine DOT has come out with a new grant application, Maine Infrastructure Adaptation Fund. This allows you to either go for engineering or for construction for projects that deal with resiliency, utilities, storm damage, especially from the January storms. I had a meeting with our staff as well as one of our engineers, and the grant amount is up to $4 million.
Ooh, wow.
And it is a 5% local match.
Oh, wow.
Boy,
That's,
that's cheap money. Wow.
It's someone's money, remember that, John?
Yeah, but it's cheap.
And so I was suggesting that we apply for this grant. The grants are due by July 1st. That we apply for this grant for the Ocean Avenue Resiliency Project that you just approved.
Yep.
The engineering report for. You could apply for any of the other resiliency projects that we talked about through the budget process, but none of those get to that dollar amount, and I was trying to make the most of those dollars.
Yep.
You would need to have 5% match, which would be about $160,000.
Which year's budget?
Well, usually you sign and
Whatever,
say
yeah.
yes, that I have the
Say
money
yes.
when I apply. So you have the resiliency funding, assuming it's approved at town meeting, you could use funding from that as your match.
Yes.
So I just wanted to know if you were in agreement, we should apply.
Perfect reason to
Yes.
have resiliency money, that's perfect.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Tremendous.
this is the hardest thing
I
I've
wish
ever
the
had to
public
do.
would have heard that. I mean, that's pretty flippin' cool. Yay. Our
This is-
public.
That's all I have.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to
We got to do
adjourn?
the warrants.
Oh, warrants.
We do, oh, yeah, the town.
Move the warrants.
Move the warrants.
Second the move. All in favor?
All is,
Motion to adjourn.
Second the motion.
all those in favor? We're good, we're done.